Hello, my name is Alex and welcome to my Angular development crash course for beginners. And throughout this video, you will learn pretty much everything you need to know to start building your own Angular web applications. Now, we will achieve that by building an Angular storefront, which is going to communicate with our backend to fetch and display products on our homepage. The only prerequisites to this video is basic knowledge of JavaScript, HTML, and CSS, but beyond that, you can follow along at any level of proficiency. Without further ado, let's go ahead and jump straight into the video. The first step is to actually download Node.js and Angular, and starting with Node.js, all you need to do is go to nodejs.org, and from here you can actually download the latest long-term support or stable version of Node.js simply by clicking this button right here. And then this will initiate a download of the Node.js installer, and then you can use the installer to install Node.js onto your system. Now, of course, if you need to use a specific version of Node.js, all you need to do is go to download up here, and then down here you can just choose previous releases and choose a specific version. Now, I have to point out that the difference between a long-term support version and current version is that the long-term support version, the latest one, is considered the most stable and most tested version, while the current version is essentially the latest version available to the public. But beware that usually you don't want to use the current version unless you want to use a very specific feature which is only available in that version. Now, having that said, there is also a second way to download and install Node.js, especially if you're on Windows. You can go ahead and you can locate this package right here, which is corybutler/nvm Windows. And this package is essentially a tool which allows you to have several versions of Node.js installed on your system at the same time, and then you can just switch between those versions. Now, the benefit to this approach is that if you need to work on several projects at the same time, and those projects support different versions of Node, this is a very convenient way to switch between Node versions without the need to reinstall Node on your machine. Now, to use NVM, you have to be on Windows, and then you can just scroll down until you find the Install NVM Windows section, and from here you can just click on the latest installer, and here you can find the actual list of available downloads, and you usually want to go for the setup.exe, and once you download and install the Node version manager, you will be able to use it straight away. Now, using the Node version manager is very simple. All you need to do is open up a command prompt, and here you can just type nvm and then say nvm list, and for you this list is probably going to be empty. Now, I have already 4 different versions of Node installed, but for the sake of this tutorial, let's go ahead and install a new one. So as you can see, version 20.10 is available. So here, all you need to do is say nvm install followed by the version itself, so 20.10.0, and just press enter, and this will initiate a download and install the latest version of Node onto your machine. So as you can see, the installation has been successful, and now all you need to do is say nvm list, and again you will see all of the available versions of Node, and then to switch to a different version you can just say nvm use and then followed by your version. And once you have granted permission, as you can see now we're using the chosen version of Node. So with that said, we can go ahead and we can check if Node has been in fact installed onto our system. And to do that, we can just say node-v. And as you can see, this shows us the currently installed version of Node. So with that said, we're pretty much good to go. And the next step is actually installing Angular. Now to do that, we need to go onto the Angular website. So we're on angular.io, And actually the easiest way to access the page that we need is by going onto Google and just saying install Angular. And more specifically, we need to install the Angular CLI. And as you can see, we just want to click on the second link right here, scroll down, and as you can see here, this is the command that we're going to be using. Now, this command utilizes the Node Package Manager, which comes with Node.js, and the Node Package Manager essentially allows you to install packages, Node.js packages from a remote repository onto your system. Now, this command right here can be broken down into 4 sections. First of all, we are saying that we want to invoke the Node Package Manager, then we're saying that we want to install a package, then we're specifying a flag -g, which stands for global, which essentially means that our package is going to be accessible from every single project on our system instead of being installed into a specific project. And then we're specifying the name of the package that we want to install. Now, by default, the Node Package Manager comes pre-installed with Node.js, and when you invoke the Node Package Manager and you want to install a package, if you don't specify a specific repository that you want to use to locate the said package, then by default, the Node Package Manager is going to look in on the npmjs.com website, which is the default repository for npm. So essentially, when we're saying npm install and then specifying the name of the package, which in this case is angular/CLI, we're basically saying that we need to go onto the npmjs repository and locate this specific package. So as you can see on this page, we have the details of said package, we have all of the previous versions, all of the dependents, all of the dependencies, etc. So basically we have the full information about this package, and whenever you are installing a package this way, you're just fetching a package from the npm.js repository. Now, as you can probably tell, there are also ways to install packages from custom repositories, and this is very noteworthy because you may have a local or private repository where you are hosting your own packages, and then you would need to provide a specific configuration to allow yourself to access that repository and install packages from that repository. But if you don't provide such a configuration by default, what happens is that you're essentially accessing the default repository. So you're saying npm install from the default repository, then you're saying global, and then you're specifying the package name. And this way, you're essentially installing this package onto your system. So for instance, if I attempted to run this command without the -g flag, using my currently active command prompt, it would attempt to install Angular CLI at my current directory instead of installing it globally. Now, having that said, now I think we have a good understanding of how this command is structured, and with that said, let's go ahead and install Angular. So basically all you need to do is just copy this command and run it inside of any command prompt, and this will install Angular CLI globally onto your machine. With that done, the last step is to install the code editor of your choice, and I do not recommend using any IDEs. I do recommend using a simple code editor like Visual Studio Code. So just go ahead and install the code editor of your choice, and if you don't have one, I highly recommend using Visual Studio Code, simply because it comes with a variety of plugins which are going to be very useful for us in the future. Before we jump into the development, I would like to take some time to ensure that we're all on the same page when it comes to what a web application is and when should we build a web application versus any other type of website. Now, to begin with, a web application is essentially trying to emulate a mobile application or a piece of software by providing the user with a much more smooth browsing experience. So basically, since I am on Angular.io, which is itself a web application, I can go onto any page, and as you can see, the transitions and the routing events are very smooth, and I don't need to wait for a new page to load every single time I click on a different link. This happens because every single routing event that you're seeing right now is done by Angular under the hood, meaning that all of these routing events are pretty much virtual. So essentially, once I access Angular.io, I am pre-downloading the entirety of the web application, or at least a huge part of it, onto my browser, and then this allows me to run the web application pretty much seamlessly. So this is very similar to the logic which we adhere to with mobile applications, where you have to pre-download the mobile application onto your device in order to use it. However, the difference here is that you don't need to manually download every single web application, and you only need to access the corresponding website for the relative files to be loaded onto your browser. So this is the core concept behind web applications. Now, having that said, each web application is built on top of a web application framework, which is essentially a set of tools which allows you to easily develop and build your web application. Now, Angular is one such framework, but there are many other frameworks out there, each one with their own quirks. So when choosing a web application framework, you should always do your own research. Now, having that said, before we continue, I want to explore 3 different types of websites, including web applications. Now, this will help us understand the difference between web applications and other websites, and also make some very important informed decisions. Now, to begin with, let's go on to the Space Jam website, which is a website built in 1996, and this is essentially a static website. This means that every single link on this website leads the user to a separate document on a file system. So in other words, every page that you're seeing is a separate HTML document. So if I go and right click on the Planet Beeble button here, I can go into Inspect, and I can see that this is a link to this specific file, which is beebleframes.html. And if I go into my Network tab and click on that link, I will see an HTML document being loaded. So in other words, a static website is just a collection of HTML files and any other accompanying assets. Now, this approach is very efficient when it comes to loading times because all you're doing is just fetching a single file. However, this approach does not allow the website to be very interactive because if you, for example, want to give the user the ability to register on your website, with every new created account, you would need to somehow either modify your existing HTML files or create separate copies of these files for every single user, and this approach is not efficient at all because you would end up with thousands, if not millions of files for each single user. So this is why the more popular approach is a server-side rendered website where the server is actually composing these HTML files and applying any changes necessary. So for example, if we had a header up here with the profile picture and name of the user, that would be filled in by the server before the page is eventually served to the front end. So this is exactly how a website like WordPress works. It runs on a PHP backend, which takes care of composing set pages for the user. So if I were to log in, all my information would be displayed on this page, and this is because the server would retrieve my information from the database, then compose new HTML files, and then serve those files to me. So basically, again, if I go into my Network tab here, and if I go onto any of these pages, like domain names, you will see that here as well, we're receiving an HTML document as a response. But the difference is that in this case, this HTML document was composed by the server. This is not an HTML file residing somewhere on the file system. And this is the key difference between a static website and a server-side rendered website. On the other hand, web applications are very different. So again, if we go onto the SpaceJam website, and if we jump onto a different page, as you can see, the entire HTML document is being replaced. This means that every time we switch between pages, we're loading new HTML documents. When it comes to web applications, if we try to navigate to a different page, as you can see, the HTML document remains the same, but the content of the HTML document is being updated. This means that every single routing event or interaction with the website simply modifies the existing HTML document. This is why applications made with Angular are called single-page web applications, because we're essentially remaining on the same page, and then the page itself is being modified by Angular under the hood when we interact with it. So essentially, this is what a single-page web application is. Now, besides single-page web applications, we also have server-side rendered web applications, which combine the logic of pre-rendering your pages on the server before eventually serving them to the user. This essentially has two advantages, the primary one being better loading speeds, because essentially we're splitting our website into pages, and this means that when we're accessing a new page, we're loading the content associated with that page. This means that the initial load time will be faster and we will need to download less resources for the website to load. And one of the main advantages of server-side rendered websites in general is that the loading time is much faster than something like a single-page web application, where you have to download the entirety of the application on the first load. Now, the obvious disadvantage of such an approach is that the user will have to wait for every single page to load separately, meaning that although the loading time of each separate page is faster, the user will have to face the annoyance of waiting for every consequent page to load instead of having the smooth experience that you're seeing right now. Now, the last advantage of server-side rendering is better search engine optimization. Now, by default, search engines utilize special tools called web crawlers to access the source HTML of your website, then they extract the content from your website and they try to discover new links. Once they discover a new link, they follow that link and then they repeat the process until they can't discover any new links. So this is how search engines use to map your websites. However, nowadays many websites are web applications, and specifically single-page web applications, meaning that these crawlers are having a very difficult time discovering content on your website, since the content of your website is being dynamically changed by your web application frameworks, meaning that there are no actual links for the web crawler to follow. Nowadays, web crawlers have become far more advanced in this area, so nowadays they can properly crawl even single-page web applications, but generally when it comes to search engine optimization, server-side rendering is generally preferred, and that's why many people and many companies choose to utilize server-side rendering when it comes to optimizing their web applications for search engines. Although server-side rendering is very useful, it is not always the solution. There are scenarios where you would want to build a single-page web application, but you wouldn't want to load the entirety of that application at once. Your application may be separated based on roles, based on access privileges, etc., and there may be sections of your web application which would not be accessible to all users. So loading the entirety of your web application on the initial load for every single user would be quite redundant and resource intensive. In such cases, you could leverage something called modules. Modules are a way offered by Angular to separate your project into sections, and then you could use these sections to load specific parts of your applications only when necessary. In other words, you're segmenting your web application into parts, and then you're using lazy loading to load the corresponding parts only when they're required. So for example, we could create a separate module for the documentation section and the community section and only load these modules when we're accessing the corresponding routes. This would be very useful when it comes to organizing our project, as well as making the overall user experience a little bit smoother by not forcing the user to download the entirety of our web application at once. So for example, we could create a dashboard section, and then we could only load that section when the user has logged in and has accessed their dashboard. This would ensure that we're not loading any redundant components on the initial load, which would make the initial load faster. So that was a little bit of a tangent, but hopefully this information will prove useful, especially when we go in depth when it comes to modules later on in this video. But for now, let's move on to the actual development. Now that we have a good idea of what a web application is, I think it's high time we jump into development. And the first step is to go on the Angular website, and here you'll find the section called Tutorials, then Tour of Heroes, and under Create a Project you will see this command right here. So we're going to be running this command to generate a new Angular project. So let's go ahead and let's open up a terminal at this location, which is a folder that I've chosen to generate my project in. And from now on, all you need to do is to type ng new, and ng is the prefix you're going to be running to run any Angular CLI commands. And since we have Angular CLI installed globally, we can use this from any location. So ng new followed by the name of the project. So just tutorial, and you can press enter, and this will initialize your project in the directory that you've chosen. Now, to begin with, it asks us whether to use CSS, SCSS, SACSS, or less. Now, all of these are pretty much similar. These are just cascading style sheets languages. Now, CSS is the default language which you would use for any normal web development project. But in this case, we're going to go for SCSS, which is an extended version of CSS, and it provides us access to things like variables and more intuitive ways of writing our style sheets. So we're going to be choosing SCSS, and let's just press enter. It asks us whether we want to enable server-side rendering. In this case, we don't want to enable server-side rendering at the moment, so we're gonna say no. And after that, it should take a while to install all of the necessary packages. And now our project has been successfully initialized. Now we can go ahead and we can just locate the directory that was just generated. So we can just do a cd and then say tutorial, and this will essentially open up this directory. So from here we want to say code dot if you have Visual Studio Code installed, and just press enter, and that will open up Visual Studio Code directly in the generated directory. So if you don't use Visual Studio Code, or if you're not on Windows and this is not applicable to you, it's okay. Just go ahead and open up your code editor of choice inside of the newly generated folder. Now from here on out, we can just go ahead and close this folder. So we can just exit out and we can open up our editor. And from here, just go to terminal and open up a new terminal because we're going to be using that. So now let's go ahead and let's take a look at the actual structure of the project before we continue. Now, as you can probably tell, we have quite a few files here which were generated for us. So let's go ahead and try to look at these one by one. So first of all, we have the .vs Code directory. You don't need to concern yourself with this directory, since this was generated by Visual Studio Code and is not related to our project directly. Next, we have the Node modules directory, and this directory contains all of the packages that you would install in your project using the npm install command, like we did before with Angular. So if, say, you want to install a specific package into your project, you would type something like npm I or npm install followed by the name of the package, and that would install the package into your project. So if you're not using the -g flag like before, this essentially means that the package in question is going to be installed directly into your project, and that means directly into the Node modules folder. Now, the Node modules folder contains the packages themselves, but obviously this folder is pretty huge, so in fact you can just delete this folder, and if you just run npm install again, all of the packages that you had previously installed into your project will be re-downloaded into a newly created Node modules folder. So in essence, this folder can be safely deleted if you want to back up your project. In fact, if you're using Git and if you want to push your project onto Git, you will notice that we have a gitignore file which contains the Node modules directory, and this file is used by Git to declare which folders and files will not be pushed to Git. And since the Node modules directory can be pretty huge, and we're talking gigabytes of size, we don't need to include it in our project when we push it to Git. So when you use a service like GitHub or GitLab or any other service and you want to host your project online, obviously you don't need specific files and folders because they're simply redundant. And in fact, as we mentioned before, you can just re-download this entire folder by running npm install at any time. And thanks to that, we can safely ignore this folder. So the question now is, why can we just delete this folder, and why can we just re-download all of these dependencies? And the answer is the package.json file and the package log.json file. These two files contain all of the dependencies that are being used in your project. So these are all of the dependencies that are used by default and any dependencies that you download yourself. So by installing a new package, the package will be added to the dependencies list, and then when you run npm install, all of these will be downloaded automatically for you. Now, the package log.json file goes a step beyond and essentially contains all of the dependencies that you've installed alongside with all of the dependencies used by the packages that you've installed. So for example, say we want to explore the RxJS package, we can just go ahead and locate RxJS. As you can see, we have RxJS mentioned in quite a few places, but in fact we can see here we have node modules /RxJS, and we can see that it is of version 7.8.1, and then it has a dependency which is tslib version 2.1.0, and this just goes on. So every package can also have dependencies, and you want to avoid a situation in which you would use npm install and it would work on your machine, but then another developer could just use npm install on their system, and something would go wrong and the project would not work on their system. This can be caused by mismatching dependencies, especially sub-dependencies like these. So there could be situations in which you install a package, and even if you install the correct version, the dependencies of that package may not match, and this could cause problems. The package log.json file ensures that all of the dependencies and all of the versions are correct, and that all of these dependencies and versions are recorded, so that the next time you use that command to install your packages, all of these dependencies and their sub-dependencies are installed correctly and without any potential errors. Now, this is why we use package-log.json, and again, package.json contains your major dependencies, while the package-log.json contains pretty much everything when it comes to packages and their own dependencies. Now, moving back to the package-log.json file, beyond containing your dependencies, it also contains the name of your project, the version of your project, and some scripts. Now, as I mentioned before, we can run something like npm install to install a package, but we can also run scripts which are custom to, let's say, Angular itself. So you would run these scripts with ng. So for example, to run your project, you could run something like ng start or ng serve. So these commands can be used to, ng serve, not ng start. And so you can run ng serve and ng build, etc. But then you may want to have custom commands. So for example, you may want to have a command called start debug, which would run very specific commands under the hood. So for example, we have a command called watch, which under the hood runs ng build with the watch parameter and then sets the configuration to development. So basically the way this works is that we can type npm run watch, and then this would run this command here as a proxy. So the script section is very useful when you want to declare your own custom commands, which you can then run by using npm run, and then that would run these commands for you. Now, beyond that, we also have our angular.json file. Now, this file here is pretty extensive, so it has a lot of information to it. Now, let's go ahead and let's skip most of this information, and let's mainly look at the architect section, which is what we're interested in. Now, the architect section contains the build and serve information for our project. Now, when we serve our project for development purposes, it essentially means that we can just run our project on our machine and see changes live. So for example, you modify a file, you save that file, and you will see that file changing live in your browser. So it can be a module, it can be a page, it can be a component, any modification that you make. These modifications are reflected immediately in your browser by running serve, because you're essentially running a server on your machine. With build, you're essentially building your project, and the build itself can then be used to package it into a file, like a zip file, and then you can deploy that build somewhere. So you're essentially bundling your project, which is usually done when you're ready to use your project for production, so when you're ready to deploy your project. So the architect has these two main sections, which is serve and build. It also has a few other sections, but we're going to cover them later. And the idea here is that in these sections, you can declare a bunch of parameters, but you can also declare configurations. So for example, here you can say that when you're building your project, you can do something like say ng build and then say configuration production, and sorry, that's a different character. So you can say configuration production, and this would set the build configuration to production. And this means that this build profile is going to be used. Now, essentially, this means that any configuration that you put in here will be applied. Now, in this case, it will set limits to how big your project can be and how big your files can be. So, for example, when talking about style files, so SCSS files, CSS files, etc., you can say that any component style should not exceed this size. And if this size is reached, you're gonna get a warning, and if this size is reached, you're gonna get an error. Now in this case, you're setting the same, but for the entire project. So basically your budget section is specifying the budgets for your entire project in terms of size, and then you can also declare budgets for specific sections of your project. So in other words, when you're using a configuration, every single configuration has a name, and then that configuration contains details about how the building question should behave, and whether you want to set any specific limits or whether you want to configure the build in any specific way. Now, moving on beyond the configuration which you have for your build, you also have similar configurations for your serve. So basically, when you want to serve your application, you would just type something like ng serve. Here you can also set custom configurations to use when serving the application. Beyond that, we have configurations for internationalization, which is essentially translations. And then we also have tests here, so we can configure our tests. And tests in Angular can be run pretty much automatically using Jasmine and Karma. And we're not going to go into tests in this video because tests are a completely separate and quite complex topic. But basically you can perform unit tests to test your modules, to test your services, etc. And tests can be also configured from your angular.json file. Now, beyond your angular.json file, we have a few more files. So we have the tsconfig .app.json file, the tsconfig.json file, and the ts.spec.json file. Now, these are your TypeScript configuration files. Again, we're not going to be diving into this in this video. They are not going to be of any use to us at the moment, but just know that this is your main TypeScript configuration file. This is an extension of your TypeScript configuration file with a few additional properties. And then this file, any file which has the word spec in it, concerns tests. So this is an extension of your main TypeScript configuration file, but it concerns the tests that you would perform in your application. Now moving on, we have also the .editor.config file. This file is basically responsible for how your editor and any of your styling modules behave. So for example, here you're saying that your indentation size is equal to 2. Now I have a plugin called Prettier installed right here, and this plugin is automatically formatting my documents for me. Now by default, Prettier is using my .editor.config file to inherit its configuration from. Now, this basically means that if I go into any of my files, like this file right here, by default, as you can see, all of my indentations have 2 spaces. Now, Prettier allows me to format my documents every time I save them. So all I need to do is change this to 4. And now, if I save this document, as you can see, every single line now has 4 spaces for each indentation. Now, if I change this back to 2, the same thing will happen. So basically, the editor config file allows you to specify how exactly you are styling your files. And here, as you can see, we have the styling for all of the files. Here we have the styling for files that end with .ts, and here we have the styling for files that end with .md, and it goes without saying that you can add your own styles and properties for different file types. Now let's go ahead and let's move on from our editor config file. Obviously we have our gitignore file which we discussed earlier, and then we have a standard readme file which is usually generated by default, which contains information about your project. Now beyond that, we also have several folders here. So we've already discussed the node modules and the .vs code folders, and it's high time we look at the source folder. Now the source folder contains the project itself. Now, as we saw earlier, outside of the source folder we have general project configuration files, but inside the source folder we have the project itself. So here basically you can find everything related to your project, starting with the global SCSS file, which can contain all of your global styles, and any style included in this file can be reused across pretty much any component or any module. So basically you want to only include global styles in your styles.scss file, and you don't really want to bloat your file with redundant styles. Now, if you want to include many styles in your global styles.scss file, so if you have a huge amount of styles that you need to include, maybe you want to override an existing library, or maybe you want to include your own custom library, it's always a good practice to import any of your custom styles into styles.scss instead of just dumping them into this file directly. So for example, we could make a new folder, call it styles, and we could make a new style here. So let's just call this example.scss, and you can just go ahead and say import followed by your path. So in this case, it's dot slash, and then you can choose styles, and then example.scss, and that will pretty much import any styles located in this file into your main styles.scss file. So again, you want to include only global styles in your styles.scss, so it would usually contain a style for your HTML or maybe body, etc. So these would be your primary styles, and then anything else you would import it like this. But again, you can have component level styles in Angular, which we will take a look at in a little bit. So there is really no need to import too many redundant style sheets into your styles.scss file. Now, next up, we have the main.ts file, which is essentially the starting point of your application. So basically what happens here is that you are bootstrapping your main component with a specific configuration, and in this way you're basically saying that you want to run your application component with this configuration, and then if something happens you want to display an error. So let's go ahead and let's click on this. So you can just control and click, and this will show us the configuration file here. So as you can see, this is our application configuration, and it has a provider for our routes. So basically this allows us to perform routing. So we have a route provider, which is imported from Angular/router. And then this takes as a parameter our routes file, which is currently empty, where we can specify our routes. So we can have multiple routes like /dashboard, /profile, etc. And all of these routes will be specified inside of this file. So basically, again, the main.ts file contains your primary application component, which is this file right here. And then we are essentially specifying the application configuration, which will go alongside with our component. Now, beyond our main.ts file, we have our index.html file, and this is basically your primary HTML file. And in here we have the application root. And if we go back to the application component here, you will notice that the selector for this component, meaning the name for this component, is application root. So whenever you see a selector like this, it essentially means that you can just create an instance of that component, and we will look at components in just a little bit, by specifying their names in the tags. So here I'm saying that inside of my body, I want to create an instance of app root, which in this case is an instance of this component. So basically that's our HTML file. So beyond that, we have just our basic HTML. And again, inside of our body, we're creating an instance of our application root component. Now we also have a simple favicon, which we're not going to concern ourselves with right now. Then we have our assets folder, and any media beyond your favicon, which you can see right here, any other media should always go into your assets folder. And in fact, you usually have something like an images folder inside of your assets folder, and then all of your images would go in here. So any media and any files beyond your component files will usually be residing inside of your assets folder. And again, we're gonna be messing with this folder later on, but for now, just keep in mind that any media should be residing in your assets folder. Now, beyond your assets folder, you finally have your application folder right here, which is your primary application folder. So pretty much everything concerning your application will be inside of your application folder beyond the default files and folders which we just explored. So in here, you have your application component, so your application root. And when I say component, I mean a collection of 4 files. So basically, as you can see here, we have the app.component.ts file, the app.component.spec.ts file, the CSS file, and the HTML file. And these 4 files comprise one component. Normally, every component would be in a dedicated folder. So for example, let's go into our terminal and let's say ng generate, which is the command you use in Angular to generate things for you. And you want to say component to specify that you want to generate a component. And then all you need to do is specify where you want to generate that component. And by default, your component will always be generated in your application folder. So you just need to write the path to your component inside of that folder. So let's just say, actually let's just say home. And let's go ahead and press enter. And as you will see, this will generate a new component inside of my application folder. So as you can see, a new folder has been instantiated and a new component has been generated inside of that folder. Again, a component is a collection of 4 files. So a component can be pretty much anything from a header, a footer, it can be a simple profile picture, it can be a side menu, anything, any element, any collection, any combination of HTML, CSS, and TypeScript can essentially be a component. So in this case, my home component will be my home page. And as you can see, a new folder was generated automatically to encapsulate my component, because again, my component is comprised of 4 files. Now, the main file of every component is the component.ts file, and in here you're specifying that you're using the HTML file as a template and that you're using the CSS file as a URL. In fact, you can use a different style file here, so you can just use a different CSS file, or you can use multiple CSS files and you can link them to this component. So this is possible. Then you can have only one HTML file, which is your component template. And then you have a few more configuration options. Now, notably, again, we have the selector here. And the selector up here is, again, the name of the component. So to use the component, you would use the selector, and then inside any other file, you can just go inside the HTML file. So say here we have the app component, and we can just delete everything in here, and we can just say app home, and that would create an instance of our home component inside of our app component. Again, our app component is essentially our root component. So when the application is initialized and when we run our application, the first thing that is going to be loaded inside of our primary HTML file is our application root component. So our app component is the first thing to be loaded. And then inside of our app component here, we're saying that we immediately want to load our home component. Now, if we go back and if we revert to what we had, here at the bottom, you will see something called a router outlet. Now, a router outlet is basically a way for Angular to display a specific component based on the route that you're visiting. So if I visit, let's say, /home or /profile, etc., every single route here can output a different component. So it's instead of me saying that I want the home component to be displayed immediately, I'm creating an instance of my router outlet. And again, we can delete all of that and we can just leave the router outlet inside. And the router outlet itself will take care of rendering the corresponding component. So in this case, again, we can go to app.routes.ts, and in this file, I can create a custom route. So I can just say path, and in this case, I want to say home, and here we can say component, and we can say home component, and we can import that. So we're importing this component right here. So the next time I go to /home, what will happen is that my home component will be loaded. And I can also have paths for stuff like page not found. I can also have default paths. I can also link to different modules. So for example, if I visit the home path, I can essentially load a completely different module. Now, as you can see, the structure here for now is pretty straightforward, and everything is very simple. Just to recap, our application always starts from our main.ts file. So basically, we're bootstrapping our primary component here with some configuration. And then we have our index.html file here. And in here, we're specifying that the first thing we want to load is our application component, which is located inside of our application folder here, alongside with the configuration we saw before, as well as the app routes.ts file here, which contains our routes. And then we also have our component, which is separated into 4 files. By the way, as I mentioned before, the .spec file is only used for testing, and by default, you should just ignore this file for now. And by default, it is not connected with our component, so we're not linking to this file anywhere inside of our component. And instead, what happens is that this file will be automatically detected by our test running software when we get to that stage. But the component itself is essentially comprised of 3 files, not 4, which are the app component, .ts, the CSS file, and the HTML file. And the last thing I want to mention here is that the CSS file in every component is exclusive to that component. So any styles which should be solely used for that component should only exist inside of the CSS file of that component. Now, before we continue, we will need to set up our own Node.js server, which is going to be serving our products from the backend to the front end. Now, to do so, you can head into the description and download the server project from the associated GitHub repository. And then once you download or clone the project, all you need to do is open up the project with Visual Studio Code, and then you can simply run npm install to install all of the associated packages. Now, since this is not a Node.js tutorial, I'm not going to be building the server from scratch, but you can follow along as I explain how the server works and how you can replicate something similar. Now, to begin with, let's go ahead and take a look at the db.json file. This file is a simple JSON file which contains an array of items, and every single item is an object containing 4 properties: name, image, price, and rating. And we're going to be using these properties to display our products in our web application. Now, I want to point out that in this case, the image here, so the image property, is pointing at a local URL, which will be the location of the image inside of our assets folder, like we've mentioned before, in our web application. So normally you would get an actual live URL here if you were to query a normal database, you would get a response with an actual URL to an image, which would point to some storage. But to make things simpler, we will include all of the necessary images into our project. And these are the URLs to our images in our local assets directory. Now, having that said, as you can see, we have quite a few items here, and our goal is to send this list to our front end. So we will begin with that. So going to our server.js file, this is a very standard and a very simple server file. So first of all, we're importing our dependencies. We're importing the file system dependency, the course dependency, which allows us to allow connections from specific origins. In this case, this is the address of our local web application. And then we also have our Express server here, which we're going to be using to actually initialize our application. So in this case, as you can see here, we are initializing our application as an Express server. Now the application is going to run at port 3000, so it is going to be accessible like this. So localhost 3000 / and then the URL corresponding to the request that we're making. And so basically with that, we are creating our application. We are using our course configuration here with our application. So we're saying app.use, and then we're creating a route with app.get. So when we are making a GET request here, so this would be a GET request to our clothes route, we can then extract the page and per page parameters from our request, as you can see here. And we're extracting these parameters, so we're expecting a request like this. And then we are reading the contents of our database.json file. We're displaying an error if there has been an issue with that. Then we're using JSON parse to extract the data, parse the data into a JSON format, which we can then query as a JSON object. And then we're making some very basic calculations based on our page and per page parameter, where page stands for the page that we're requesting, and per page is the number of items to be displayed per page. So this allows us to have pagination. So basically we have multiple pages, and every single page would display a different set of products. So we're getting the start and end index positions, and then we're slicing our JSON data array here, our items array inside of our JSON data object. We're slicing it, meaning that we're cutting into it from a certain index to a certain index. So for example, we could take items 2 to 4, for instance. So for example, if we were to say that we want 2 items per page, and then we wanted to request page number 2, then it would skip the first 2 items, since this would correspond to page number 1, and then it would fetch these 2 items. However, I have to point out that pages are 0 indexed, so if you need page 1, you would instead write 0 here, and if you need page 2, you would write 1. So having that said, we move on to the response part. So we're using res.status to send a status of 200, which means success. And then we're saying .json, which means that we're sending a JSON response here, and the front end will be able to read this as a JSON response instead of plain text. So we're saying that send an OK status as a JSON response. And then we have a custom format here, which is basically comprised of 5 properties here, which is items, which is essentially our result. So these are only the products that we want to show. The total property, which is basically the number of results, the number of total items in our mock database. So again, this is the number of total items and not the number of results. We're sending back the page parameter, the page per page parameter as well, although this may seem redundant. It's good to have this information on hand. And then we're also sending the number of total pages by doing some simple math to derive the number of total pages by using math.ceiling, and then we're dividing the number of total items by the number of pages, and that would give us the number of total pages. And then once this is done, we have our path complete. And all we're doing here is we're saying app.listen, so we're listening to a specific port. So in this case, it would run on port 3000 because we have declared the port here. And then we're just displaying to the user that the server is listening at localhost, and then we're specifying our variable port right here. So this is pretty much our entire server. And then to run our server, all you want to do is say node, followed by the name of your server file, which is server.js in this case. And then we'll just hit enter, and that will successfully start our server. So with our server ready to go, we can move on to actually developing our application. And then we're gonna be using our server here alongside with our items database to display our items onto the front page. So now with our server running, we're ready to go. And again, we're going to be using this URL right here to make requests to the server from our front end. And in future videos, we're going to be adding a few more requests besides our primary GET request to potentially add products, delete products, and then edit existing products as well. So with that said, let's move on to the actual development. Now, before we move on, let's take a look at the Visual Studio Code extensions that we're going to be using. So first of all, you want to open up your Visual Studio Code and go into your Extensions tab. And from here, you want to go ahead and search for the following extensions. The first one is the Angular Language Service extension, which essentially provides you completion lists, diagnostic messages, etc. So it provides you a handy toolkit which makes development with Angular easier. Next up, we have the Auto Rename Tag extension, which automatically renames the closing tag when you change the opening tag, and vice versa. Next, if you want to, you can use GitHub Copilot. However, I do not recommend using GitHub Copilot for beginners, but if you're an advanced user and want to speed up development, you should look into it. And finally, we have Prettier, which allows us to format our code with ease. So Prettier by default will use your editor config file to format your documents. So you can just install this extension and it will format your documents on save, or you can even change the settings and manually format your documents. So these are all the extensions that we're going to be using. We're not using any other extensions for this project, so feel free to either install them or ignore them, and let's move on. The first step to developing our project would be importing the necessary images. So we will need to import the logo image that we're going to be using alongside with our product images. Now to do that, you can go to the link in the description, open up the GitHub repository and navigate to source, then assets, then application, then assets, and then images. And there you will find a folder called products alongside with the logo image. Now you want to copy and paste these into your existing images folder under assets. And as you can see here, now we have a bunch of product images alongside with our logo. I want to remind you that the way that we're going to be using these images is by fetching the paths to these images from our backend. So every product that we fetch from our backend will be accompanied by a path to a specific image. So for example, assets, images, products, and then image1.jpg, and that path will be coming from the backend. So again, we're hosting our images for the sake of convenience on the front end, but the paths to these images will be fetched from the backend. Normally, you would fetch complete URLs from the backend pointing to some remote storage, but in this case, since we don't want to set up a remote storage, we're going to be hosting these images in the front end. Now, again, I want to remind you that any images and any files beyond your typical TypeScript, CSS, and HTML files will usually go into your assets directory. This is why we're placing our images in a subfolder of the assets directory instead of as anywhere else in your project. So having that said, we're pretty much ready to go. And the first thing you want to do is to actually simply run your server. And in this case, we'll just say ngserve. And by doing that, this will just start a local development server. As you can see, we can now access this server on this URL. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's just reload. And as you can see, it is just an empty page. So the reason why we're not seeing anything right now is because if you go to your HTML file, as you can see, we have our router here. And if we go to our application routes file, you will see that the only route we have is our home route, which we're not accessing right now. So in fact, if we just say /home, we'll be able to see that the home component works. And if we go into the home component, this is exactly what we're displaying. Now, if you go back into our routes and remove home from here, so we'll just leave this set of quotes empty, this will make it so that if we refresh the page, then the home component is loaded whenever we access the default URL. So having that said, we have now configured our home component, and our next task is to actually fetch the products that we're gonna be using in our store. So the first task is to create a way to fetch our products from the backend. To do that, we will need to create something known as services. Now, if you go into your home component, essentially in here, you can declare any number of methods which you can then invoke. But usually when you want to create functionality which can be accessed by multiple components, you want to include that functionality in a separate controller, meaning a separate collection of methods, which can then be shared and accessed by multiple components. In this case, we want to include such a controller, or in this case, it is called a service. We want to include this service into our home component. And to do that, we need to first create said service. And again, that service will be accessible by multiple components and will actually preserve its state between those components. So basically, if one component makes a modification to something inside of that server, that something will be, that modification will also be reflected in any other component which utilizes that service. So to create a service, all you need to do is open up a new terminal. And in here, we want to say ng generate, like we did before for our home component. And then we want to say service to declare that we're creating a service. So Angular is basically generating that service for us. And then we want to say services / and the name of the service, which is going to be API. Now, in this case, we want our services to be located in a separate folder inside of our application component. So this is why I say services. This is the name of the folder that we're creating. In fact, you can name it anything you want. It doesn't have to be named services. And then inside of that, we want to create a service called API. And I'm going to explain why we're creating a service called API in just a second. But before that, let's generate the service in question. And as you can see, the service has been successfully generated. And now I also want to create a products service. Now, as you can see, we have generated two services, and again, we only care about the .ts files, as the .spec files are files used for testing. So basically, the service that we care about is our product service. This service is going to be included into our home component to then call our backend and fetch the list of products. But our API service is going to be used to facilitate those calls. Now, the way this works is very straightforward. As we saw before, in our server file that we've created, we have a route called /clothes, which we're going to be accessing via a GET request, meaning that we're making a GET request via a REST API to our backend, and then once we make that GET request to the said route, we're going to receive a specific response after the request has been processed by our server. So here we're processing the request and we're declaring that this is a response to a GET request, and then we're specifying our route. So in this case, we know that we're making a GET request to /clothes. Now, if we go back into our project, we need a way to make that GET request. So in this case, we want to declare an HTTP client service. So we're importing our HTTP client service from the constructor. And the way this works is that essentially the HTTP client service is a pre-existing service which comes from Angular Common. And this service can be used to make REST API calls to a specific URL. So, for example, we could declare a GET request with our HTTP client service, and then we could provide a URL and a set of options for that request, and then the HTTP client service would make that request for us. Now, we want to add a layer of abstraction to this, and we want to make it even simpler, so we will be using the API service to make our own methods, which we can then use to make API calls without invoking the HTTP client every single time. So let's go ahead and write our get function. So our method is going to consist of a URL parameter, a set of options, and then we want to declare that we're returning an observable of type T, like this. And then we are essentially saying that we're invoking the HTTP client, and then we're calling a get on that HTTP client, and then we're declaring a type. So this T here symbolizes that we're going to be providing a type which is undefined in this case. So this is a type parameter. And then we're passing our URL and our options inside of our request. So now we have our return statement complaining that HTTP event T is not assignable to type T, and the easiest way to fix that is say as observable T. So that would solve the issue. And now we know that we are returning an observable of type T. So the last thing I want to do is get rid of this any right here. So what we're saying in this case is that we are providing to a method of type T, we're providing a URL, which is a string, and then a set of options, which can be anything. Now, we don't really like any when it comes to proper TypeScript, so any can be used, but it shouldn't be used if possible. So in this case, we want to create a type or an interface, which we can use instead of any. Now, if we go to our HTTP client GET request, if we just click on our GET request here, as you can see here we have a predefined type for our options, which we can just copy. So we can just copy this, and then we can exit out of this file, and then in your source folder you want to create a new file, just call it types.ts, and we're going to be creating a new interface. So in this case, we want to say export interface, and let's call it options, and let's just paste what we've just copied. So this is going to be our new interface in this case, and we would just want to import the HTTP headers here. We want to import the HTTP context, And then here we have our HT params, and this is pretty much it. And now we can see that our options here consists of several properties like headers, params, etc. So we can modify all of these pretty much, so we can pass any of these when we're defining the options type. So in here, instead of any, we can now just say options, and we're importing that from types. So as you can see here, there is an issue here. So if we remove the question mark, the issue is pretty much resolved. So basically we're ready to go. So we can just actually, let's just change events here to body. Just follow along with me for now, and we can just save that, and we are pretty much good to go. So we've just declared a method which we can use to communicate with our server. And now with that method declared, we can go into our product service, and inside of our product service, we can import our newly created API service. So to do that, we'll just say private API service, and let's just say API service again. And with that imported, we want to create a new function which we'll call getProducts. And this function will take in a URL, and it will take a set of parameters, which we'll set to any for now, and we will change this shortly. And in here, we want this to return an observable of type any again. And this will return this call here. So basically this makes a GET request through our API service. And as you can see, this already looks much simpler than this. So we're essentially abstracting a lot of what we're doing away. So basically what we need to do now is we need to create two new types, one for the parameters that we're going to be sending, and the second one for the type of observable that is being returned from this request. So to do that, we want to go back into our types file, and we want to create two more interfaces. So export interface, and we'll call the first one product, and the second one is going to be called pagination params. So we have these two interfaces, and now let's go ahead and define those. So first of all, I'm just gonna copy and paste the pagination params. This is a very simple interface, and we essentially say that this interface can take in a page parameter, and then it can take in a per page parameter. So these are our two primary parameters, which we're also going to be using in our backend, as we mentioned before. And then we say that we can also take any key string pair as a parameter, and we can actually remove this for now. So let's just comment this out. And in here, we want to go ahead and declare the way that our products will be returned from the backend. And if we go back to our server here, you will see the exact format right here. So this is our exact format. And if we switch back, let's go ahead and declare that interface here. So we have our items, which is a product array, and we have our total, which is a number, we have a page, which is a number, a per page, which is a number, and then we have total pages, which is also a number. And now this actually, we're gonna call this interface products instead of product. And now we need to declare our product as well. So just say export interface product, and we have price, which is, in this case, it's actually a string, but we may change that in the future. Then we have a name, an image, and then we have a rating, which is the only number. And now we can save that. So our interfaces are pretty much ready. And in here, what we can do is we can replace params by pagination params, and then we can replace this by our products. So we're essentially getting an observable of products. And I'm going to explain what an observable is in a little bit, but for now, just know that we're essentially getting back a products object. So essentially here, if we hover over this, as you can see here, we're passing in our params, but then it says that our params is not assignable to parameter of type options. So to actually pass in our params properly, we need to open up a new object. And in here, we can just say params. And besides our params, we also want to say response type JSON, because we know that we're expecting a response in a JSON format. And now let's observe what's the issue here. As you can see, again, there is a mismatch between what we're sending and what should be sent. And if we investigate that, so if we go back into our API service, let's go into our GET request and let's find params here. So as you can see, the HTTP params can be either an object of this form, or in here, it can be an object of the HTTP params format. And to make our lives easier, although we know that we're going to be passing in a page and a per page number, all we need to do is we need to add what we had before. So we need to add this format right here to make it align with our params object. So let's just save that. So as you can see, we're still getting an error here, and let's see what it says. It says that the property observe is missing. So let's see why this happens. So if we go back here, if we scroll up, as you can see, the observe property here does not have a question mark. This means that it's basically necessary, so we do have to provide the observe property. So what we can do is we can essentially just add a question mark here. So let's just add a question mark here, and this becomes optional. So now we're pretty much good to go. So we can save all of that. And with that saved, we can actually go ahead and try and use our get products function. To do that, we need to go back into our home component here. So now in our home component, we want to create a constructor, and a constructor essentially allows us to declare the services that we're going to be injecting before the component is initialized, as well as anything else that takes place before the initialization of the component and during the construction step. So in this case, we want to say private, and then we want to declare our products service. So we just want to say products service like this. And essentially here we're importing our product service. And again, our product service uses the API service in turn to communicate with the backend. And right now we only have a single GET interface. So right now we can only make GET requests, but we can always make various different interfaces. So besides our GET request, we can also have a POST request, which is usually used to create new resources, a PUT request, which is used to modify resources, and a delete request, which is used to delete resources. Now, these are conventions, but they're usually adhered to, and we're going to be building these methods later on, but for now we only have the get method. So our product service communicates with the API service, and our home component imports the product service so that we can invoke the functions inside of that service. Now from here, we can use a function called ng on init like this. And this function is essentially called whenever we initialize our component. So when this component is first initialized, this is when this function is called. From here, we can do the following. We can just say this dot product service dot get products dot subscribe. So let's just do this basically. So essentially, we're invoking the get products function from our product service, and then we're subscribing to the observable which that function produces. Now, before we move any further, let's first of all add a URL that we're going to be invoking, which is http localhost 3000, which is the URL of our server, /clothes. And this is the URL that we're going to be invoking to communicate with this endpoint which we created on the backend. And then we're going to say comma. And in here, we want to provide our parameters, which are pagination parameters. And we're going to say page 0 for now. And per page, we're going to set that to 5. Now let's save that. And basically, let's see what's happening here. So first of all, we're calling the product service, which is calling the getProducts function, which returns an observable. Now, what is an observable and why do we use an observable? Now, if we go back into that service and if we follow up by going into our get request, which is invoking the HTTP client.get method, here, if we hover over this and scroll down, you will be able to see that this returns an observable of type HTTP response. So essentially, we know for a fact that this is an observable. And an observable is essentially something like a promise. You can subscribe to an observable. And then, let's say our HTTP client makes a request to the server. We need to wait for that request to complete. And then the HTTP client will return something. To wait for that HTTP request to complete, we're using something derived from RxJS, which is a completely separate topic of discussion, but we're essentially using a way to wait for that response by observing the request that we've just made. So we're creating what is known as an observable. So the HTTP client says, okay, I'm going to make that request and I'm going to return an observable to you. And once the request is complete, that observable is going to return some information to you. So basically, this is why we're returning an observable here. We're saying that we're returning an observable of type T, which can be pretty much anything in this case. So if we go back to our product service, again here, we're returning by default what is being returned from our API service. So again, we say that we're returning an observable here of type products. So we know for a fact that this response is going to be an observable of type products. And then if we go into our home component here again, if we hover over our getProducts method, as you can see again, we're returning an observable here, which we just saw. And since it is an observable, we can subscribe to it. So basically we're saying, okay, make that request and give me that observable. I subscribe to that observable, and once that subscription goes through, I want to show something. I want to display a result. So whatever the result of that subscription is, which in this case we'll just call products, and let's just give it the type of products. As you can see here now, we have declared that our products here, which is the response from our observable, is of type products. And then we just say console log our products. And since we know that our response is of type products, we could even just say products dot, and that would automatically give us several options. Now, if instead of products, I were to set this to any, I wouldn't be able to get those useful suggestions. This is why it is really useful to provide interfaces or types to all of your objects instead of just saying any. Because if you do that, you will be able to get these useful suggestions, and then you will be able to double check your code and avoid any potential issues. So in this case, we want to say console log products.items because we want to see our products without any miscellaneous information, and we can just actually save that. So make sure that you have saved everything. You can just go to File and then Save All. And now if we go in here, if you go into our project and then right click, we can go to Network, and from here we can just reload this page. And if we go to console, we see that there is an issue and there is an error saying that no provider for HTTP client. Now, since we're using HTTP client and this is a dependency that we're injecting essentially, the problem here is that there is no provider for the dependency. Now, the dependency injection system in Angular, which we've observed when we tried to include the HTTP client service, it requires the so-called providers. Essentially, a provider in Angular is a set of instructions to the dependency injection system on how to obtain a value for a specific dependency, and providers tell Angular how to create or deliver an instance of a server or some other dependency. So in simpler terms, when we use a dependency like this, like the HTTP client, we need to have a provider for that dependency. Now, to do that, we need to go back into our project, and in this case, we would need to go back into our API service here. And in here, as you can see, we are essentially importing our HTTP client. And now to provide to add a provider for that dependency, we will need to go to our main.ts file. So let's go ahead and find our main.ts file. And here we have our application configuration. So we'll just click on that. And as you can see here, we have a providers array. So right now it provides a router, which we're using. But besides that, we also need to provide an HTTP client. So we'll just say provide HTTP client like this. And now we can just save that. And if we go back into our project, as you can see, now instead of an error, we're getting back our products from the backend. So everything works successfully. And as you can see, now we can pretty much use this data. Instead of using console log, we'll be using this data to display these products on our page. Now the next step is to actually modify the application component.html file to give our website a proper layout. So we will start by creating a few new components. So again, we open up a new terminal and we want to have a header, a footer, and a body. So essentially, we need to adhere to this structure. We need to add a header component. So up here is going to be our header component. We're going to wrap this router outlet with a wrapper, and this is going to be our body. And down here, we will have a simple footer. So to create the header and the footer, we need to create two new components. So we'll just say ng generate component, and then we'll create a folder called layouts. And inside of that folder, well, actually, let's just name it layout. And inside of that folder, let's create a new component called header. And then we'll also create a new component called footer. So let's go ahead and create the footer as well. Let's press enter. And that should create the second component as well. So now we have our two components. And in here, we'll just say app header. And down here, we'll just say app footer. And now we need to import these two components so that we can actually use them. So in our application component, just go to the component itself. And in the imports, just go and say header component and then footer component like this. And now we can save that. And now we can use these components. So having that said, we also need to remove the outlet for now, and we will create a wrapper. So just a class named wrapper, and we will place our router outlet into the wrapper. Now, what we need to do, we need to go to the CSS style of the application component, and we will create our wrapper here. And we will say that the height is going to be auto, the padding is going to be 20 pixels, and then the width is going to be 100%. And lastly, we want our wrapper to grow automatically, so we will just say flex grow 1. And this way the wrapper is going to grow automatically once we set the rest of the styles. The idea is that our header is going to be at the top, then our footer, we always want it to be at the bottom. So this is why we want to make sure that our wrapper takes up the rest of the space. To make our wrapper take up the rest of the space, we're going to be using flex grow. Now we can save all of that, and we can go ahead and we can preview the changes. Our server is already running. So let's open up our browser and let's go into localhost 420. And as you can see, everything works fine. So to enable this to work, to enable our wrapper to grow automatically, we will need to apply a few more changes. So first of all, let's go into our Chrome right here and let's right click here. And you will see that the hierarchy is as follows. We have the application here, we have the HTML here, we have the body here, and then inside of that we have the application root. Now, the application root is created automatically and it will be always underneath your body, following your HTML structure, and then inside of that you have your components. So you have your header, your wrapper, your router outlet, and then you have your home component, which is generated underneath the router outlet automatically. And then at the bottom we have the application footer. Now our goal is to make this take up 100% of the screen again. So let's go back and let's go back into our global styles. Here we want to make a few changes. Now we will leave these styles as is. We will remove this import. We don't need it. We will leave these styles as is. Actually, let's just remove these 4 lines just to be sure. And let's go up here. Now what we want to do is we want to also add the following line, box sizing, border box. And then underneath here, we want to say HTML body and application root like this. And we want to say height 100%. And then for the application root, we want to add a display flex. So we're essentially making a flex box and then flex direction column. Now we will also add a few more styles. So first of all, let's say .row, and then this is going to be just display flex and flex direction row. So these are styles which we're going to be using throughout this video. So I'm just going to add them right now. And then margin top, let's say 15, like this. Margin top 25, like this. And then also margin bottom 15, like so, and margin bottom 25. And then we want to add a wrap style, which is gonna say flex wrap. So basically, when you have like a few elements in a row like this, if the screen is not enough to accommodate them, then the elements the last element just goes underneath. Essentially, this is how flex wrap works. But the parent needs to be a flex as well. And then we can add a gap 1. So this is just gonna add a gap between elements. And let's just add a gap 2 as well. And now we want to add a few more styles, and these I'm just going to copy paste. So basically we have space between to add automatic space between elements, align item center and justify content center, which essentially just centers item depending on the flex direction property. full center, which applies both of these, and then hidden, which just hides an element. So for now, we're going to be using these styles, and we're going to be changing this style sheet as necessary. So with that, let's go back. Let's go into our application again. Let's reload. And now, as you can see, the website takes 100% of the space. Now, as you can see, there is an overflow. And let's go ahead and see what causes it. And obviously, we have our wrapper here, which has a padding of 20 pixels. And this padding is seemingly causing an overflow, so we can add box sizing border box here, and that will fix that. So let's go back into our application component HTML, CSS, and let's add box sizing border box here. And now we're ready to go. So this is perfect. And now what we want to do is as follows. So first of all, let's go into the header again. And let's make sure that we don't have any other annoying styles, and we do. So we want to reset a few more styles before we continue. So basically, let's just add P here, and let's just add H1, H2, H3, and H4. And let's just save these. And now everything works as it should. So with that said, we can move on to changing our footer and header layout components. So first of all, let's go ahead and change our footer component, and we'll say that this is a footer, and we will give this a class of wrapper again, alongside with a column and full center for now. And inside of that, we'll just have a paragraph for now saying copyright 2024, like this, and we will just save that. And then in here we want to add a new wrapper, like so, and we just want to say width 100%, height, let's just set it to an arbitrary 80 pixels, and then border top, we will set that to 1 pixel, solid. And then here we ideally want to have a variable like variable, and then say border color. And this variable will be reusable. And to create that variable, what we need to do is we need to go to our source folder and create a new file. And let's just call it variables dot, well, actually, let's not create it here. Let's go into styles and let's create it in here. So new file, variables.scss, and inside of that file we will be declaring our theme variables. So let's just go ahead and say root. This is how you declare your variables globally. And then let's say background color, and we'll set it to white. We'll say header color, and for now we'll also set it to white actually, so we'll keep things simple. And then we have a border color, and that should be a grayish color. So let's just set it to RGB 230, 230, 230, like this. And let's just save that. And we can save this as well. And I think we're ready to go. So now if we reload, as you can see, the footer is working. Now let's go back here, and here we have our border color variable, and to make it work we need to import this into our primary styles.css file. And to do that, let's just go up here and say add import, and then we want to say let's see here, styles, and then variables.scss. Let's save that, and now we can go back here, and as you can see, it works perfectly well. Now the next step is to modify the header as well. So let's go into the header, and in here let's just go into this file. We want to say header, and we'll give it a wrapper, and we'll say that this is a row. Again, we'll set it to full center like this. And now in here, we want to have an image with a class of logo. And then we need to specify the path to the logo. So just say images and then oc logo.svg like this. And then in the in this property, we're setting a text which will be visible if you hover over the image. And this is also really important for people with disabilities who use screen readers, etc. So this is also an accessibility option which needs to be provided. So in this case, we'll just say logo image right here in the alternative text, and then we'll actually save. And now let's go into our SCSS, and here we'll create a wrapper again, and we will say height 100%, and then we'll, sorry, width 100%, not height, width 100%, and height, we're going to set it to an arbitrary 80 pixels again to match our previous height. Here we'll do the same, but instead of border top, we'll say border bottom. And underneath that, we will add a padding of, let's say 20 pixels on the top and the bottom, and then 10 pixels on the left and the right. And now we need to also add a logo like this and say height 100%, and then object fit contain like this. So let's go ahead, and yeah, everything is great. So if we hover over this thing right here, we'll be able to see the wrapper. And here we can also adjust the padding a little bit. So for example, make this 30 pixels or even more, but that doesn't make much sense if we don't set box sizing to border box. And now it does make sense. So now the padding actually reflects properly. So we can go back here and then say box sizing border box. As you can see, everything is working correctly now. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the footer and the header. Before we move on to the development of our product section, we will be installing a component library, namely PrimeNG, which will help us by providing us with an array of custom-made components which we can use in our project. So to get started, just go on to primeng.org and click Get Started. And from here, you will see that there is a command called npm install PrimeNG. And this is what we're going to be doing. So just copy this command. And let's go back into our project. Let's open up a new terminal. And let's just paste this command. Now with PrimeNG installed, we want to go back and we want to copy this command right here. We will be importing our PrimeNG styles and chosen theme into our styles.css. And here I have to point out that PrimeNG comes with various themes, so you can choose a theme yourself. You can go up here and you can preview a theme by choosing one from up here. So for example, we can go into dark mode and we can test various themes. And then you can go into theming and you can go into overview, and in here you can see the list of built-in themes. Now again, if we go back, so let's just go back to the previous page. From here you want to either import your themes into your angular.json or your styles file. So we're going to be copying this, and let's go back into our project, and in here want to find our styles.scss, and then we simply want to import our theme. So let's save that, let's go back into our project, and you'll see that nothing changes, but from now on we will be able to use the components which come with PrimeNG. So for example, we could go into components, and down here you will see that everything is separated into sections, and I want to use the rating component. So I can go here and type for rating, and this will bring me to the rating component page. So in this case, it shows me that I can import the rating component as follows. So essentially we're going to be using the rating component for for our products, we're going to be displaying the rating by using our rating component right here. And basically, this is one of the reasons why we need PrimeNG. It gives us access to components which we would not be able to make ourselves in a short period of time. So let's go back into our project. Let's open up our project from where we left off. And now we want to create a component dedicated to our products. So basically here, we want to go ahead and we want to say ng, and then want to say generate component, and then we will place it in a components folder. So let's say components, and we'll call it product, and let's just press enter. And with our component generated, we want to go to our home component, and we will be creating a layout, and in here we will be generating a product component for every product that we retrieve from the backend. So in this case, all we want to do is we want to say .column and just press tab, and then want to say .row, then .wrap, then .gap 1, .space between, and let's press enter, tab. And now in here we can actually create our product component. So we'll say app product, and in here we will just do this. Now the way this works is that our component will have specific inputs, so we will be able to provide information for our component. So in here what we're saying is that we want to loop through our products. So this is like a for loop, and then for each product we want to extract the product in question, and then we want to provide that product as an input to our product component. Now, right now, this input doesn't exist, but we will create it. But first of all, let's go ahead and create our products array. So let's go back here. And as you can see, for now, we were just plainly displaying our products. We were logging our products in the console. And now what we want to do is we want to say products. So we'll just say product, and that would be product array. And that would be initialized as empty. And now we also need to import product right here. So right now we are getting the following response. We're getting an array of products in items. We're getting the total number of pages, the total number of products, the page, the number of products per page, and the total number of pages. So this is what the products interface contains. So basically here we are getting this entire object. From this object we only care about the items array, which is essentially our products array, but we called it items to make it a little bit more clear, because otherwise it would get very confusing very fast. But now what we want to do is we want to say that products, this dot products, to address this variable right here, because if you were to say simply products, you would be addressing this variable in here. So by saying this, you're addressing this variable. So you can say this dot products, it will equal products dot items. And as you can see, this works fine because items is a product array. So for example, if we were to change this to string, as you can see, this would output an error saying that we're trying to place an array of products in an array of strings. So now this should work well. We can save that and we can go back to our HTML. And in here, what we need to do now is we need to go to our product. So we will go to components and we'll go into our product, and we need a way to be able to provide that product to this component. So we'll need to essentially find a way to import this product into our component. And to do that, we can create what is called an input. So just say add input, and this and we can import input from Angular core here. And our input here is going to be called product, and it is going to be a product. So again, we get an error because it says that there is no initializer. But because this is a component, we can just add an exclamation mark, which means that this component will always assume that on initialization, the product will be provided. And you have to make sure that without fail, you're providing this product right here to this input during initialization. So we can save that. And in our home component, we will need to go into imports and we will need to add our product. So product component. So this way we've added our product component. And now, as you can see here, we're successfully generating our products and providing them with the product from our product array. So now we want to do the following. So basically inside of our product components, so let's go back here. If we want to use this variable, use this input to display our product in our HTML. So in this case, let's just test this and let's try to display the name of our product. And to do that, we can just add a set of two curly brackets like this, which allows us to use variables from the product component file. So any variable inside of this file will be usable in our HTML by adding two curly braces like this. And from here, we can just say product.name. And again, because we have declared an interface, we can just say a dot and it will display all of the available properties. So in this case, we're saying product.name. And now when we save that, we can go back here and we can try and reload. As you can see, nothing happens for now. So let's just go back into our project. Now from here, we want to make sure that the development server is running so that we can actually fetch our products, and want to go back to Chrome. So in here, we want to go to console and we'll see an error saying that we are using ng4, etc. and it is not a known property of our product. And this is a very common error because with Angular, you have to make sure that you include all of the necessary dependencies. Now, ng4 is a feature that is built into Angular, just like ngIf, and it allows us to iterate through lists on components, but to use that feature, you need to import the corresponding module. Now, to do that, you want to go into your home component from where you're actually invoking ng4, and in here, you want to import the common module. So the common module contains all of the common functionality which is utilized by Angular by default. So having that imported, we can just save, we can go back to the browser, and as you can see, everything works splendidly. So now we can go and start actually building our product component. So first things first, let's go back into our project and let's go into our product component here. So right now we are only displaying the name, but we also want to display the image of the component, we want to display the rating, and we want to display the price. So for now, we'll be deleting the product.name. And now we want to create a wrapper. So we'll say .column, .gap1 to add spacing between everything inside of that column. And then we can just say .wrapper and we'll just press tab. And in here, we're going to be adding an image. So just say image and press tab. In alt, we will be saying product thumbnail like this. And in source, we want to add our thumbnail. Now, our thumbnail again comes from our product object. So in here, if we press Control and hover over this, we'll see that there is an image here. So in this case, we will need to provide a variable to our source here. And to provide the variable, we can either use square brackets like this, making the content of these double quotes a variable, or we can just add double curly braces, and then we can just say product.image. So this is actually the same. So we're going to be using the first approach because it is cleaner. And in this case, we'll just say product.image. And again, if we were to just pass product.image here without these square brackets, it would treat this as text. So it would try to import an image from this path without this being an actual path. So having that said, we're pretty much ready to move on. Now we want to add an h2 here, and actually let's say h2.title like this, and in here we want to say product.name, so this is where our name is gonna go. And now down here we want to add a price, so we will say .row, and in here we want to add a label for the price and the actual price, so we'll say span dot price label, sorry, like this. And then underneath that we just want to add the price itself. Now this auto-completes with a pipe, but we're not going to be looking at pipes just yet. So we have product.price here, which is correct, and in here we'll just say price like this. Next up, we also want to include a rating component, so we want to be able to display a rating out of 5 stars, and to do that we will need to import the rating component from PrimeNG. So if you go back on the PrimeNG website and search for the rating component, like just like we did before, you will see the documentation of that component. So if you go to features, you will be able to see a few examples, and if you go to API, you will be able to see all of the properties of that component. So going back to features, you can see here that first of all, we need to import that component. So we'll just copy that, and then want to go back to product. We want to paste this, and in here, inside of imports, we want to include our rating module. And now, from now on, we can use a rating component, so we can just save that, and we can go here, and let's go back into Chrome. And here we're shown how to use a rating component. So we'll copy that as well, and we'll move back here, and we'll just paste that. And we're going to be looking at the exact properties that we're going to be using in just a second. But for now, let's go back into Chrome, and let's just take a look at the existing rating component. So first of all, you can see that we can interact with this component, and we don't want to do that. We want our component to only be displayed to the user, so we want it to be read-only. And then we also want to get rid of this icon. Now if we go to API, we can see a list of properties, and we can see that we can set read-only to true, and then we can also set a class for the cancel icon. So this is what we're going to be doing. So let's go back here and let's add these properties. So first of all, we want to say read only equals to true, and then we want to say icon cancel class, and here we will use hidden, which we created in our styles.scss. So it just sets the display to none, hiding the component, hiding the icon. And now the only thing left is to decrypt this line over here. So here we have what is known as a double binding. We're binding a specific property to a specific value. So in this case, we would be binding our rating to product.rating. Now here we can see that we're getting this error that the ng model is not a known property of prating, and just like before, to use properties like ng model or form, etc., we need to import an additional module. So in here we want to try and import the forms module, and this seems to resolve the issue. So again, with Angular, you will need to import specific modules to use specific features, like we did before with our common module here. So in this case, we were missing the forms module from Angular. And now that we have that, as you can see, everything works perfectly fine. But again, before we move on, let's take a look at this property right here, and let's decrypt that. So as you can see, we have a property called ngModel, and it is surrounded by a set of parentheses and then a set of square brackets. Now, a set of square brackets should be familiar to you by now, because if we go to our product, here we have an input. This input, for it to work, we would need to go and provide an input value to our component. And the way we do that by default is by setting a set, is by surrounding our input value by a set of square brackets like this. So this is how we declare an input. Now, beyond an input, we also have an output. So we could also create an output like this. And the output works in a similar way to an input, but instead of allowing you to obtain a value, it outputs a value outside of that component. So we could say, for example, product output. So I'll just call this product output. And the way this works is that we need to create what is called an event emitter. So we're importing event emitter here from Angular core. And as the name suggests, this event emitter can emit events. So here we want to say that our event emitter is of type product, like this. And we can also initialize it as a new event emitter, like so. And now if we go and say ng on init, in here we can just say product output dot emit, and then we can emit pretty much anything. So because this is an emitter, it can emit values outside. So on init, this will just take the product and it will emit this product back. So essentially, if we go back into our home component here, we can just add a set of parentheses like this, and we can just say output product, like so. So this is, I believe this is what we named our output. Actually, it's product output, like this. And we can say this is equal to on product output and then event. And then we can just copy that and we can just create this function right here. So on product output, like this. And we're gonna just say console log product, and let's say comma output, just to make sure that this console log comes from here. And if we save all of that, so let's just save all of that for now, we can go back onto our website. We'll see that already everything is taking shape. But what we do care about is this output. As you can see, we are receiving this output properly and we are logging the output. So the general logic behind this is that we can have inputs and we can have outputs to components, where inputs simply allow us to pass variables or values into our components, while inputs allow us to emit values outside of our components. So basically, if we go back into our product, so let's go back into our HTML here. So again, we have a double binding or a two-way binding here, which binds the value of the rating property to some property inside of our P rating component here. So essentially, whenever the internal property of the P rating component changes, the changes are reflected on our rating property here. And then if the value of our rating property changes, then again using the double binding and specifically the input, the value of the internal property of our rating component changes as well. So these are tied together. This is why this is called a two-way binding. And this way, if I go ahead and interact with the component, and if this wasn't read-only, I could press on the stars and that would update the value of my rating. But for now, the only thing I want to do is just display the value of my rating, and this is why I'm setting read only to true. So this is how our rating component works. So with that said, we're pretty much good to go. So we have created our component, we have provided an image, a title, a price, and the rating. And now what we need to do is pretty straightforward. We need to declare the corresponding styles for our component. So let's just go ahead and do that. So first of all, we need to declare our wrapper like this. And we will say that the width of every single product will be around 250 pixels. And then inside of every single product we have an image, so we can just declare it like this, and want to set the aspect ratio to 1 to make sure that the image is always square. And we'll just say object fit contain, like before. We'll set the width to 100%, which will be 250 pixels at all times. We'll set the border radius to 15 pixels, like so. And then we'll set the background color here to gray for now. In case the image is not displayed, we want to have a default background color. And then we want to go ahead and set the title. So just say .title, like so. Actually, I'm not sure whether we set the class to title, and we did. So we can just say .title. And in here, we want to say font weight to 700. And we want to set the font size to 1.5 rem. And then we are going to go ahead and set the price label. And we're going to say font weight 300. And then we are going to set the font size to 1 rem. And then we're going to set the price value. I think it's called simply price. And we're going to set the price to font weight 500 and font size 1 rem. And again, I'm not focusing on CSS too much here because it is outside of the scope of this series. But I will do a dedicated series on CSS in the future, so you can look forward to it. And I think we're pretty much good to go. So let's open up Chrome. And as you can see, everything looks great, and we only have 2 issues. The first one being that we need to add a space between the price label and the price. And the second one is that there is a weird gap at the front here with our rating. And if we inspect this, we can see that the cancel button is gone, but at the same time, the space that it occupies is still being occupied because we have set the gap to 0.5 rem. And because this element right here, which contains the cancel icon, hasn't been removed, it is still considered to be a proper element. And this is why when we set the gap here, there is a gap between that invisible element and the first star. So we want to remove that, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to just copy that. And because I'm sure that I'm not going to be using it anywhere else in the project, I can do the following. So first of all, let's rename our example class here to theme overrides, like this. And in here, we're just going to add this class, and we're going to say display none, like so. So we're just going to save that. And then we want to import our theme overrides up here. So let's just say import, and let's just replace that with our theme overrides, like so. And now we can save that, and we can go back into our browser, and as you can see, the issue has been fixed. Now the next issue is with our price, and this is also an easy one to fix. So let's go back into our code, and let's go in here and let's go ahead and add a gap of, let's say we want a gap of 0.5. So let's call it 0.5. And this is going to be a gap of 0.5 rem. And we're going to save that. Now we can go back to our product and let's add a gap of 0.5. And now if we go back in here, as you can see, everything works perfectly well. So with that, we are pretty much ready to go and start handling things like pagination. And once we're done, we will try and make a way to add new products to our website and delete existing products. The next step is to import our paginator component from PrimeNG. And to do that, we'll head to the PrimeNG website and we will search for Angular paginator component. Down here, you can see an example of a working paginator, which allows us to switch between pages and make a call to a custom function every time we switch to a different page. This will allow us to make a call to our backend every time we switch between pages to fetch a new list of products. Now, let's copy this line up here to import our pagination, our paginator component, and to do that, we will go back into our home component here, and we will import our paginator module up here, and then we will include it inside our imports. Once we do that, we can save, and now we can start working with our paginator. Now, if we go into our HTML file up here, we can go ahead and we can add a gap1 property next to our column class. So we're adding the gap1 class here, and this will create a gap between all of the elements of our wrapper here. So the first element is our collection of products. So this is our products section up here, and below that we want to add our paginator. So basically this is where our paginator is going to go. And before we create our paginator, let's go back into our home component and let's organize our functions a little bit. So first of all, right now we have a simple call to the backend, which happens from our ng-on-init function, which triggers on the initialization of our component. So basically we're calling the backend with a specific page and a specific number of rows per page. Now what we want to do is create two new functions, the first being a function called fetch products. And this function is going to take a custom page like this, which is going to be a number. So let's just write this manually. And a custom variable per page, which is also going to be a number. And this function is going to make the same exact call as down here. Now we can replace this function and we can just say fetch products, and then we will set the number of we'll set the first page to 0, and then we'll set the number of products per page to 5 in this case. So by default, this will have the exact behavior as before, but now we have a separate function to trigger this functionality for us. Now, the reason why we did it is because we will also have a custom function for our paginator, which will be called onPageChange, and it will call this exact function with the sole difference that it will fetch the page from the event here, and the number of products per page will be fetched from the event object as well as page.rows. So basically, every time we change to a different page, an event will be emitted to our custom function, and then we can deconstruct that event to fetch the page and the number of rows per page. And then we'll call this exact function with these two parameters, essentially changing the page. So this is the logic behind our paginator. One last thing we need to do is we need to add a variable called total records, and we'll set this to 0. And every time we make this call and fetch our products, we will be setting our total records to products.total. And again, if you press Ctrl and hover over products, you can see that indeed we have a property called total, which is the total amount of products based on the response that our backend gives us. Now we can save this, and moving on, we can go into our home component, and from here we can just create our paginator. So we'll just press tab here, we will remove this, and now in here we will set the available options for the number of rows per page, and we'll set this to 5, 10, and 20, and here we'll set this to 5 again. So basically what we did here is we've made a paginator. We've told it that by default the number of rows per page is going to be 5, and actually let's make that into a variable, and we'll say rows equals 5, and then here we can say this dot rows by default. So then we can go here and just say rows, which is a bit more convenient. And then we have the number of total records, which will be initialized as 0, but after the first call is made on ng on init, it will be initialized up here. And then we also say we also set the drop-down options for our rows per page, like we saw before. And finally, we say that on page change, again, this is an output, like we saw before. We trigger a custom function and we pass that output, which is declared as $event, and we pass that output to our custom function. Then our custom function deconstructs that output into page and rows, and then we call our function. So we can now save all of that. We can go back into our project. As you can see, our paginator appeared down here, and now we can try and change between different pages, and everything works perfectly. Now, one thing we want to do is want to be able to toggle this drop down, but if we try to do that, we'll get an error because again, we're missing an import. So all we have to do is we have to go into our main.ts and we have to go into our application config file here. And in here, we want to add the following import, which is angular/platform browser/animations. And we want to add that over here. So we'll just say provide animations like this. And now we can save that. We can go back into our project. And in here, we can just reload again. And now our dropdown works perfectly. And as you can see, by changing of the number of rows per page, we get more results per page, and our paginator also changes dynamically. So as you can see, everything works perfectly well. And next up, we want to add a way to add new products and delete existing ones. Next up, we will need to make changes to our server to make sure that we have a way of adding, editing, and deleting products. Now to do that, we will need to modify our db.json file. So as you can probably recall, instead of using a database, we are using this file right here. And this means that to make any modifications to the list of our products, we will need to have our server make changes to our db.json file directly. We will be doing that by utilizing the fs dependency up here, and we will have 4 endpoints in total, so 3 new endpoints besides our get endpoint, which will handle these processes. Now, before we proceed, we will need to add one more property here, which will be called ID. So I'll just proceed by adding an ID to every single one of these products. So now I have added numerical IDs to every single one of these products. So these are unique IDs, meaning that they can't repeat. So now basically this emulates a very typical database structure. To be more specific, this emulates an object-oriented database like MongoDB. And now we can go ahead and we can analyze the new functions that I've added up here, the new endpoints. And we will begin with the post endpoint. I have to point out again that according to REST API conventions, post is used to create a new resource, put is used to edit the resource, and delete is used to delete that resource. You can, of course, add any functionality to any of these methods, but honestly, it's better to just stick to conventions. Now, going into our post request here, first of all, we will be including a body into our request. And as you can see here, we're deconstructing that body to extract the image, name, price, and rating. Then we're using the fs dependency to read a file. Specifically, we're reading the db.json file, and we get a response in the form of an error and the data. If there is an error, then we're sending a response of 500 back to the client. And in this case, 500 means server error. So there has been something wrong internally, and we're declaring to our client that the request has been unsuccessful. And then if there has been no error, so if this if statement fails, then we're using json.parse to parse the data that we've just read into JSON format so that we can interact with it. So this is essentially this JSON data object here is the same as the one we're seeing right here. And then we're creating a new item by creating a new ID here. And the ID is going to be based on the length of the items plus 1. So basically, in our case, we have, let's say, 16 items. So in this case, the new ID will be 17. Now, if our items were 0 indexed, for example, if the first ID was 0, etc., then we could just set this to the length of the items without adding the plus 1 here, and that would be correct. So in this case, we're setting the ID to length plus 1, and then we are also adding all of our properties which we've extracted from request.body, and then we're pushing that new item into our JSON data array. So in this case, this should work correctly. So we have here JSON data, which is this object.items, and then we're pushing this new item into items. Then we're saying fs.write_file. So now instead of reading like we did here, we are writing into a file. We're taking our db.json file, and then here, if there's an error, we're displaying the error. Otherwise, we're returning a positive response, and then we're also returning that new item, although this can be skipped as it is a little bit redundant. But anyhow, we're saying that we've successfully added that item, and on the side of the client, we will probably initiate a request to get the items again in order to display that newly added item. Now down here, so let's close that. We have our put request, which is used to modify an existing item, and this is how it works. We have a request like before to /clothes, but this time we're adding slash and then the ID of the item from the database here. So we're adding slash and then the ID, and then this ID can be extracted like this. So basically we're extracting this ID as an integer, since our IDs are integers in fact. So we're extracting that ID from this parameter up here, and then we're extracting the body like before. We're reading the file like before, and then we're trying to obtain the index of that element based on the ID, because remember, the IDs don't have to be sequential in general, although in our case they are sequential, but in a database they may not be sequential in fact. So basically in this case we're extracting the index instead of the ID, and indexes are sequential, and if there is nothing found, then we're sending back an error 404 not found. Otherwise we're essentially taking our JSON data items at that specific index, and we're setting it to our new object. And then we use fs.write to write the changes back into our file, and we're sending a positive response back just like before. Now, lastly, we have our delete method, which is a bit simpler. So basically, again, here we are extracting an ID, we are reading our file, and then we're parsing our data, we're getting the index, and then we're splicing. So basically, we are trying to remove that specific element from the list, and then we're just writing the changes to our file. However, there is an issue with this logic, because if we go back into our post here, you will see that our ID here, our new ID, will be essentially the length of our items plus 1. So if we remove one item and then try to add a new item, we may end up with a situation where, for example, we add a new item, and because item 15 is missing, the length of this array will be in fact 15 instead of 16, and then 15 plus 1 is 16, so we will get a second item with ID 16, and that's not ideal. Now we have to solve this issue by modifying this statement up here. Now to do that, we will try and find the maximum ID. So in this case, essentially if the highest ID is 16, we will always want to fetch to set our ID to 16 plus 1. Even if there is an element missing, it will not take the length of items into account. Instead, it will always find the highest ID. So to do that, we'll say JSON data dot items dot reduce, and in this case we'll say max and item to make it a little bit less confusing. And now want to say math.max, and we'll say max and then item comma 0, which is essentially the default value. And this way we can just go here into our ID and say max ID plus 1, and now this is pretty much correct. So basically now everything works as it should, and we can go ahead and we can test this functionality before we move into the actual implementation. Now to test our functionality, let's go back into our browser, and we will want to download a tool like Postman, for example, which allows us to make API calls to any client without having to build a front end. So basically we can go ahead and download Postman by going to product and then download Postman. And from here you will be able to download and install Postman onto your machine. So in my case, I would download Postman for Windows. And now we can just go ahead and launch Postman. And once Postman is launched, you will see this interface. It will probably prompt you to sign in, so I recommend signing in with Google because it will occasionally sign you out, so it's easier. And then we can go up here and we can do the following. We can say that we want to make a, let's say, to begin with, let's make a GET request to localhost 3000, like this, and then we want to say clothes, and then want to say page equals 0, and then we also want to say per page equals 5, and then if we run that request, you'll see that we're getting our list of items back. Now we can try to make a put request, and in this case we will need to add a body, and we'll need to change that a little bit. So in this case we will say 1, so we want to change the first item, and then in our body we want to send a JSON actually. So in this case we will just say raw, and we will select JSON, and now we can just copy that. So we can just copy this object as is, and let's go back here, and let's just try and set the price to 25, and we can omit the ID actually, and let's see what happens here. So we can say send, and as you can see there has been an error, and this is because we need to restart our server. So let's go back into our server, let's make sure we save the changes, and now let's go ahead and restart the server. And now the changes should take effect, and now if we send this, as you can see we get an error, and to fix that we actually need to have a body parser. So we can go back here, and what we can do is we can say app.use, and then we need to add express.json, and then we can just restart the server, and we can go back, and let's try making that request again. And as you can see, everything worked well. So basically we changed the price to 25, and now we can just try and change it to 24. And now if we go back into our project and go into our database, as you can see it has been modified. And as you can see, if we go back to the first product, the price has been changed to 24, and if I save that it will auto format as well. So everything works well. Now we can assume that the rest of the endpoints work well as well, so we won't be testing them one by one, but if you want to, you can. But we're gonna go and jump straight into the front-end implementation. Moving on, let's go back to our project, and let's go into our home component here, and here we have our fetch products function. and we will add the corresponding functions to edit products, etc. So we'll have a function to edit product, so that would edit a specific product. And let's just add a simple console log for now. We'll have delete product and we'll have an add product as well. Now, before we implement these, we need to go ahead and we need to go into our service here, and we need to add the corresponding functions to do that. First, let's go into our API service and let's add three more methods. We'll add a post, we will add a put, and we will add a delete. Now, the idea here is that our post and our put methods also have a body. So besides our options, which can include parameters, headers, etc., we also want a body here. So basically we will be providing a body object in each of these cases, and our body is going to be a product. So basically we'll always have a price, a name, and image, and a rating. So let's do that. And then in our put here, inside of our URL, we will also be providing an ID. So let's save that. Let's exit from here. And now we want to create our methods in our product service. So now from here, we want to add an add product function, which in this case will take a URL and a body as parameters. And then according to a request, it will pass these parameters in. Now for the options, we will be just passing an empty object, since in this case we don't have any parameters to pass inside of our options. So here we had pagination, that's why we had our pagination parameters, but in this case we don't have anything. We only want to pass our body, which is separate from our parameters. And then we want to add an edit product function and a delete product function. Again, these two functions have a body, while this one doesn't. So this is similar to our get products function, just without the options. So with that said, we can just save, and then we can go back to our home component. And now for our edit product, we can do the following. So first of all, we want to have an ID here. So we'll just say ID, which is going to be a number. And now here we want to say this dot product service dot edit product, and then we're going to just pass our ID, and we will need to pass our product as the body. And then we're pretty much done actually. So we can just say dot subscribe. And then now what we want to do is we want to do something similar to here, but instead of following this convention, we will do something a little bit differently. So a different way of writing this. So basically here we're receiving our products object, and then we're just working with a response directly. A different way of doing that is splitting the response into two functions, one which would handle successful requests and one which would handle errors. So by default, the way you do that is that you create a new object, and then you say next like this, and then you say error like this with a comma. So you split this into two objects. So you have one object dealing with the data if the request has been successful. So for example, if it responds with 200 from the backend, then you could just have like your console log here, for example. And then you can do the same for an error. So you would have a different behavior set for when you receive errors. And again, any response which is in the range of 400s or 500s is considered an error. So in this case, we could do something like this. And so now our response is separated into two handlers, one for successful requests and one for erroneous requests. And actually we can do the same here to make everything consistent. So in this case, we'll just keep this part. And now we can just go ahead. We can insert an object here and we can do this. So now following this convention, we also want to handle our delete like this. And in this case, again, here we will be providing our ID. So this is just ID here. and then we're just logging the corresponding data if there is anything to log, and we will do the same here. So basically we'll follow the same convention. And one thing we want to do is that whenever these actions are successful, we want to call the fetch products function again with the default parameters. So in this case, we'll do just that. We'll say fetch products. And now if we save, our three functions are ready. So here in our delete function, we actually want to remove the product since we don't need it. And we're pretty much ready to go. With our functions ready, now we have to modify our UI. So basically, we need to add a way to add new products as well as delete and edit existing ones. Now to do that, we will need a couple of things. So first of all, for the deletion of products, we need to add a button under every single product, which we can click to open up a pop-up prompting us to either confirm the deletion or cancel it. Now, for the addition and the modification of products, we will have a separate pop-up, which will be visually identical, with the only difference being that when we click to add a new product, the pop-up will not have any information, so all the fields will be empty, and then we can just fill in those fields and click add. While in the case of editing existing products, the fields will be pre-filled with information of the products, and then we will be able to just modify that information. Now to do all that, first of all, we need to go to PrimeNG and look for the dialog module. So let's go to the dialog component, and this is the component that we're going to be using. We're going to be building a dynamic dialog here. Now, there are two ways to do this. First of all, we can just add the dynamic dialog component to our homepage directly, or we can just generate a new component and build our dynamic dialog component inside of that component first, and then import it in our home module, in our home component. We're gonna go with the second approach because there is quite a lot to writing the dialog component, so it's gonna be quite lengthy and it's gonna take up a lot of space. So let's go ahead, open up a new terminal, and in here we want to say ng generate, and we're going to say component, and we're going to specify the components folder, and inside of that we can just say edit pop-up. So we're just going to call it edit pop-up, and we're just going to give it a few seconds to generate. And now we can go into our components and we can open up our edit pop-up. And in here, we will need to import a few things. So first of all, we want to go ahead and import the dialog module. So from PrimeNG/dialog. So let's just say dialog module. And we also want to import the common module. And now we can go ahead and start building our component. So now the first step here is to add a few inputs and outputs. So first of all, we want an input which will allow us to dictate whether we want to display the pop-up or not. So by default, we're going to set it to false. Now we want an output which will be called every time we want to confirm our selection. So basically, if we want to update an existing product or add a new product, this output will emit a new value outside. So we're just gonna set this to any for now. Then we want an output for the cancel event as well. And this is just gonna be void in this case. And actually this is gonna be just product. And now we can go ahead and we can build our product. So this will be initialized as follows. So we have our name, we have our image, we have our price, and we have our rating, like this. So by default, the product is going to be initialized as empty. And in fact, we will just make this be an input. And now we can go ahead and create two functions on confirm, which just uses this output to emit the product. And then we'll have an onCancel function as well, like this. And the idea is that the onCancel function, actually it will just close this pop-up, so we can just say display equals to false, so we can just remove that. And I think for now we're pretty much good to go. So all we want to do is we want to save this. And now in here, we need to write our actual pop-up. Now, this can be a little bit cumbersome. So for now, I will just paste a few things to save up a little bit of time. So first of all, we need to add the dialog itself. So basically here we have a header. We have our visibility variable, which is set to our display variable. So basically, again, this is a two-way binding, and it binds to the display input variable. We're saying that this is in fact a model, and basically we're not allowing the user to close that by any means except for the means that we provide, and in this case these are going to be our two buttons. So with this done, now the idea is that we can fill this with whatever we like. So first of all, we are going to be adding a footer. So the footer can be added by saying p footer, like this. And now inside of here we can add two buttons. The first one is the button which calls the confirm event, and the second one is the button that calls the cancel event. So actually it's on confirm and on cancel, and we're just gonna rename that to confirm. And basically this is a P button, which means that this is a button this is a PrimeNG button. So if we go into the official website, right here where we have the documentation for our dialog as well, and we search for button, in here you will see that you can have custom buttons which are considered PrimeNG buttons, and there are two ways of creating these buttons. The first one is directly stating P button and then providing a label for that button, and the second one is by declaring it as a button and adding the P button decorator onto it. So we're following the second method here. And then we have icons for our buttons. So again, these are PrimeNG icons. This one is an icon of a check mark, and this one is an X icon. So basically we have our two buttons in our footer. And now in here we want to structure a form which will allow us to essentially provide the necessary information. So this is going to be a series of input fields. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to say dot column, and now want to add a gap of 1, so we'll say gap 1, and now inside of here we want to add rows with a gap of 0.5, like this, and each row will have a label and an input field, like this. So here we have an error saying that ng model is not a known property of input. So to fix that, again, we have to go into our component and we have to include the forms module, and that will fix the issue. And now basically we have an input here and we have a label saying name, and this is going to be the name. Then underneath that we can add our price. So we can add our price. We can add our image as well. So let's just say image, and let's add a few comments here as well. So this is our price, and this is the name. So down here we're adding our image. So let's just go ahead and close that. And now the last thing to add is our rating, and to add our rating we're gonna be again using the rating component. So we're gonna go back here we're gonna copy the ratings module. We're gonna return here, we're gonna paste that, we're gonna include our ratings module. So again, we're gonna go back here, we're gonna copy that, and we're gonna paste that down here. So we're gonna say rating like this. And now we want to set read only to false, or we can just remove this property because it's false by default. And now we can save that. So that's pretty much good to go. And we can save that as well. And now we want to actually also change the header. So we're gonna make that a variable. And we're gonna say header like this. And in here, I want to have an input called a header, like so. So let's just group these in a nicer way. And now by default, the header is going to be empty because we're always going to provide a header. So we can just set this to an exclamation mark like this. And then we can remove the declaration. Again, this means that this property right here will always be provided. This input right here will always be provided. So basically we're saying that this will always have a value. And now we can save that. And now we can go into our home, into our HTML. Now in our HTML, I will just paste these two. So basically here we're creating our edit pop-up. So we're initializing our component twice. The first time we're initializing this component to edit a product. So we will have a custom function which will receive the output of the confirm emitter here, which will be triggered only on edit. Then we have a custom header, and then we're providing a product here. Now down here, we have a custom function which is triggered when we want to add a product. We have a custom header, and then we have a custom variable to display the specific pop-up. So now we can go into our home component, and we want to import the component in question. So we'll just say edit pop-up component like this. And now we need to create these. So first of all, let's create the display variables. So we just want to say display edit pop-up, and then we want to say display add pop-up. And now we need to create, actually, this should be pop-up, not product. So now what we are left with is the implementation of the onConfirm edit and onConfirm add functions. So down here, we can just go ahead and I'll just paste these. So basically these functions just invoke the corresponding methods which we've implemented earlier to call the corresponding backend endpoints. And basically after that, they close the corresponding pop-ups. Now here, as you can see, we still need to provide the ID of the product that is being edited. So here as well, we need to provide the product that we are currently editing. So in this case, I will create a new variable called selected product. And here, again, I will say this dot selected product.id. And up here, I want to create the variable in question. So right now, let's go ahead and add an ID as well, like so. But right now, as you can see, it complains that the ID doesn't exist. And to make sure that it does exist, we're going to go to the product type. First of all, we're going to add that ID with a question mark. This is going to essentially say that it is not mandatory to provide that ID to the type, but it can in fact exist on the type. And in here, we can either just simply say check if it exists. So we can say ID and then double question mark and 0. So if it exists, then it's going to be used. Otherwise, we're going to be setting the ID as 0. Or we could also just have an if statement like so. And then we can theoretically emit that. So both options are viable. Now, basically, I think this approach is cleaner because if there is no ID, then theoretically we don't want to invoke this method at all. And now, although we're initializing this object right here, technically we could not initialize that. So we could just say product or undefined, like so. But that would cause other problems because then we would have to add quite a few other checks to ensure that this is in fact initialized. So let's just go ahead and let's just pre-initialize that as pretty much a blank new product. So now we also need to add two new functions to toggle these two pop-ups. So basically the first one is going to be called toggle edit pop-up. So we're just gonna do it like this. So we're setting the selected product to a specific product, and then we are setting displayed pop-up to, well, let's just set it to true, and that will do the job. And then want to do the same with the add pop-up, but in this case we don't need to modify the selected product. So with that being done, we can move on to adding the corresponding buttons to the UI. So first of all, in here, we want to add a button up top. So we're just gonna say add product button here. And then down here, we'll just have our button. And this button is going to toggle this pop-up like so. So I think we're pretty much done with this one. And now on the product itself, we want to add two new buttons as well. So we're going to just say row here, and then we need to add two buttons. One's going to be the delete button, and the other one's going to be the edit button. And then these two buttons are going to be toggling the corresponding pop-ups. Now, the way this is going to work is that every single product will be toggling these functions from our home component. So first of all, let's go ahead and let's comment out the delete button for now. And let's go ahead and call this function edit product. So now we need to implement our edit product function. And in this case, let's go ahead and let's say edit product like so. And what we can do here to make it a little bit simpler is we can actually utilize the product output, which we've created before. And we honestly had no use for it at the time. So we can just remove that from ng on init, and we can just utilize that to emit the product outwards again. Although this may seem meaningless, but in fact, whenever we catch an output from our product, we know that someone is trying to edit it. So we can just call it edit, and that's going to make things a little bit more clear. So right now, we're pretty much good to go. And so what we want to do next is let's actually implement the delete function as well to keep things simpler. So let's call it delete product like so. And let's go here and let's also create a second output, which is going to be the delete output here. So we can just implement the second function as well, and we're pretty much good to go. So we can now save that. And now here, let's go ahead and take a look at our application product. So we had our initial output, but we're going to change that to edit. And then we're going to also have a delete output as well. And now we want to rename these. So first of all, we want to go back here, and we will be using the toggle edit pop-up function here to replace our own product output function. And then for our delete emitter, we're gonna make a second function. We're gonna call it toggle delete pop-up, and for now it's gonna be empty. So let's just say toggle delete pop-up here. And actually, let's make it, it's going to receive a product as well. So let's just go ahead and paste that. And now we're pretty much good to go. So now let's save those. You can go to File and then Save All to make sure that you save everything. And now we need to go back to our server. We need to go to our get here. And we need to make sure that we're also returning our IDs. And by default, we're not changing the structure of the result, as you can see here. So the IDs are going to be returned as well. So we just need to make sure. So let's go into our browser. And as you can see, here are our buttons, but they are completely unstyled. So we have to go back into our home component first of all. And now we have to import our button module. So actually, let's go back to Chrome and let's copy that. So let's make sure that we're importing our button module here. So let's import it into our home component, and then we also want to import it into our product component. So let's import our button module here as well. And lastly, we want to import it into our edit pop-up as well. So let's just do that. And now we can go to File and we can go to Save All. So now if we go into our browser, as you can see, everything is way better. Obviously, we still need to make a few changes here. But if we click on Add Product, the Add Product pop-up appears. And if we click on Edit, a pre-filled edit pop-up appears as well. Obviously, delete doesn't do anything for now, and we need to change the color of this button. We need to import our icons because right now they are not visible, and we need to also add some spacing here. Now, beyond that, if I click on the Add Product button again up here, it won't work because the state of the display in our home component hasn't been changed. Now, to fix this issue, we want to go back into our Edit pop-up. And basically, we want to make the display be a double binding. So if we go to our home component, we can just say that from now on, the display is double binding. And now the display can also receive output events. So to make display into a proper double binding, we want to say here output. And we want to add, use this naming convention here, where we say the name of the input. And then we can say change, and this is followed by a new event emitter of the same type. So now to make display into a proper double binding, both on confirm and on cancel, we want to set display to false, and then we want to say this dot display change dot emit, and then we want to emit the value of our display. So we're going to be doing exactly that, and now we can just save this, so we can save both files. And now when we go back into our web application here, as you can see now, this is working properly. Now we also want to make it so that when the user clicks on the delete button, a confirmation pop-up is being shown to them. So for that, we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna go back to our product component, and in here we want to add an array called providers. And inside of that array, we want to add the confirmation service. And this is imported from PrimeNG/API. And now with that done, we can go ahead, we can go up here, we can declare a constructor, and we can import the confirmation service. So now with the confirmation service injected, we can go ahead and use that to display a pop-up which will prompt the user to either confirm the deletion or reject the deletion. So first of all, let's go ahead and say confirm delete, and from here on we want to say this confirmation service dot confirm, and we want to add a message like are you sure that you want to delete this product. And then on accept, we will be calling this .delete product. Now from here, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and we want to install PrimeIcons, which we're going to be using to display icons on our website. So basically, we want to go ahead and want to say npm install prime icons and then say dash dash save, and we will run that. And now everything has been successfully installed, and we want to go ahead, we want to go into our angular.json file, want to go into our architect, then build, then options, and in here we want to go to styles, and we want to add these two lines. The first one is node modules, prime icons, and then prime icons.css, and the second one is node modules, PrimeNG resources, and then PrimeNG.min.css, and we want to save that. And now we can go back, and as you can see, our icons are now visible. If they're not visible to you immediately, you can just go ahead and restart your server, and these changes should take effect and the icons should become visible. So now we want to go back into our code, and we want to modify the product component HTML file. In fact, we just want to add our confirmation pop-up down here. And now if we save this, this file, we can go back into our project. And if we click on one of these delete buttons, as you can see, the confirmation pop-up appears, but it is accompanied by this error. Now, this error is saying that it is trying to read the properties of undefined and specifically the offset height. Now, if we click on this file right here, we will be able to find the exact issue. Now, it is trying to reach the offset height property of the target, but we're not setting any target for this window. Now, we want this pop-up to appear underneath our delete buttons. So basically we have to set the target of this pop-up as one of these delete buttons. So to do so, we need to go back into our code, and we need to go to our delete button, and we need to add the following property to it. We can just say hashtag and then delete button. And this property right here will allow us to identify and fetch the button in question. So now we can go back to our product component, and in here we will make what is known as a view child. So we can say add view child, and then in a parenthesis we can just say delete button, and then here we can just say delete button and set it to a type of any. And that will automatically locate and get our delete button based on the property that we've just added. So this decorator right here essentially allows us to fetch this button using a view child. And by doing so, we can now go back to our confirmation service, and we can provide a target here. And we can say that the target of this pop-up will be the native element. So basically the native HTML element of this view child. And now if we save all of that, we can go back to Chrome. And now if we click on delete, this opens up the corresponding pop-up underneath every single delete button. And now we also want to make this button red. So let's go back into our code, and let's say class, and we will say button danger. And this is a PrimeNG class, and then we also want to add a gap here. So let's make a gap of 0.5. And as you can see, now everything looks great. So now let's go ahead and test our functionality. So let's go ahead and try and add a product. So we'll say the name is test, and then the price is 10. We can also add an image here, and we will set the rating to, let's say 2 stars, and we'll say confirm. And now let's go ahead and let's open up our network. And in here, we can actually see the request that we're making. So here's a post request. So we've made this post request, it was successful. And now if we go to the last page, as you can see, here is our product. Now let's try to edit the product. So let's go ahead and press edit, and let's just call this test 1. And you can see the change is being applied immediately because we're modifying the product itself. But also when we say confirm, let's go ahead and take a look. And in here, this actually gave us an error. And in fact, this gave us a course error. And to modify this, we can go into our server right here. And then let's go up here and let's modify the methods to also include put and delete. And now we can restart our server. And with our server restarted, we can go back here and we can attempt this once more. As you can see, the request went through successfully. And again, if we go to the last page, our change was saved. Now, as you probably noticed, the paginator is not updating properly. So basically, even when the products array updates, the paginator is not updating. So this is something that we will have to fix. But before we do that, let's also go ahead and configure the delete method. So let's go back into our code and let's go ahead and see what happens when we try to delete the product. So currently we are emitting a delete event with our product. So we can go back to our home component here. And for now, our delete event doesn't do anything. So in this case, we want to just simply call the delete product function here. And as you can see here, it is complaining because product.id could be undefined. And let's just apply a quick fix for now by adding an if statement here. So just say if the product ID doesn't exist, then it simply returns. So we'll just save that, and I think we're pretty much good to go. So now let's go to the last page and let's try to delete our product. And as you can see now, the product has been successfully deleted. So the final thing you want to change is that we want to configure the paginator to update automatically alongside with the products. To reset our paginator whenever we fetch new results, we want to go into our home components HTML file, and in here we want to add a custom decorator to our paginator component. And once we do that, we want to save the file and move to our home component TS file. Now from here, we want to create a new view child for our paginator, and we will give it the corresponding type, which is imported from PrimeNG. Now we also want to say or undefined to make sure that we don't need to initialize this. Now down here, we can scroll all the way down and create a function which we will call reset paginator, like so. And this function is going to check whether the paginator exists, and if it does, we will just call the change page function and we will set the page to 0. With this being done, we can just use this function to reset the paginator whenever we edit, delete, or add a new product. So we just want to go ahead and copy this function to all 3 of our functions. And now we can go back into our project and let's go ahead and add a new product. So we will say set the name to test1. We'll set the price to 12. We will set the image to a URL from our database, and then we'll set the rating to 5 stars. We'll click confirm. And now we can go to the last page where we can see our product. And now we can just click delete and we can confirm. And as you can see, both the paginator and the products array have been successfully reset. By this time, we're pretty much done with development, but there's one more thing that I want to take a look at. Namely, I want to take a look at modules in Angular. And by default, in older versions of Angular, when you were generating an Angular project, your project would be generated as a module by default. This means that your main application file would be placed inside of a module, and then all of your imports, exports, etc. would be placed inside of that module as well. As you can see right now, this is not the case. Right now we have an application config file, we have an application routes file, and our main application components file. And then we have our main.ts file dealing with the bootstrapping of our application component and our application configuration. So basically, in other words, right now we don't have an overarching primary module which encapsulates our home component. Now, in older versions of Angular, as I mentioned before, when you were generating a new Angular project, all of these things would be located inside of an application module. Now, by default, modules are very convenient if you want to separate and segment your application into parts. So say, for example, that you have an application which is quite large, and then that application has different sections, maybe like a dashboard with a profile section, a user section, etc. And then each section has a lot of components and a lot of things to, organize and load. Modules allow you to organize your application into sections, and then these sections can also have shared functionality. So for example, you may import specific modules and packages into a specific module, and then these modules, components, and packages would only be accessible from within that module. So when you're first accessing the application, what happens is that all of the files of your web application are being loaded pretty much at the same time, and then the initial load can be quite long. Now, to avoid that, you can segment your application into modules and then use lazy loading techniques, only requesting specific parts of your application when they are necessary. And this basically means that you will only be accessing these files when you are basically accessing a specific route like /dashboard or /profile, etc. So to achieve this, we're going to be working with an example here. We will be adding two buttons here, namely one is going to be our home button, which is going to land us on this page, so this will remain unchanged. And then we will have an About Us section as well, which will be loading the About Us module. So let's go into our application and let's go back here, and we can open up a new terminal. And what we want to do is say ng generate. So let's just say ng generate, and then we can say module, and we're going to create a new folder called modules. And inside of that, we're going to be creating a module called About Us, since that module will only contain the About Us page. So now we also need to say --routing, and this will create a dedicating file for our in-module routing, and we can press enter. And by in-module routing, I mean that basically when you go to your website, normally you have several routes. For example, you can have a route like /home, but then for dedicated modules, you can have additional routes, so basically sub-routes. And for example, you can have our module pointing us to the About Us route, and then within that module, you can have dedicated routes like /example1, example2, etc. So you can basically have dedicated routes which can be only accessed from within your module. So basically, this is why we have additional routing for our module. And if we go here, if we go into our modules directory here, we can see that the About Us module has been generated, and we have two files here. So both of these files are modules. So the routing file here is not simply an array like in the case of our app.routes file here. So this is simply a constant, which is basically an array of type routes. But in this case, this is basically a module, and the routes array is just a constant which is declared within this file. So the module itself has a very straightforward implementation. We basically have the module class here, which usually remains empty. So this is your this is the module itself, and then up here we have a decorator. Now this decorator basically allows us to import, export, and declare things for the module in question. So for example, if we go into our About Us module, we can see that in here we're importing the common module and the About Us routing module. So to use the routing, we need to import the routing module itself. And furthermore, as you can see here, our routing module is importing a separate routing module from Angular/router, and then it has a function called forChild, which is taking as an argument our routes constant. So we can declare our routes in here, and then we can use this constant right here to provide it to our router module, which will enable routes within this module. Now, as you can see, we also have an exports array here, and the exports array basically allows us to export things outside of the module itself, and in this case, we're exporting the router module, which we're also importing here. So this is how the router module works by default, and anytime you generate a module with routing, this routing module will be generated by default. The only thing you need to change is the actual routes constant right here, so you need to change the contents of this array. Now, coming back to the About Us module, as you can see here, we have an additional array called declarations. We do not have an exports array because there is nothing to export at the moment. But if we have had anything to export outside of this module, we could export that thing using the exports array. So for example, we could basically create components inside of our About Us module. And when you generate a component, you register it within the declarations array. So it would be automatically added to the declarations array here. And then that component would be able to use anything you add inside the imports array here. So the imports array is basically used to tell your module what you're going to be using while this module is active. So once you access this module, all of the components inside of that module will be able to use anything inside of this array, meaning all of the components will have access to the common module. Now, in contrast to that, as you can probably recall, if I go ahead and search for the common module, you will see that before that, since we did not have modules here, we needed to manually import the common module into our components inside of the import section alongside with other components and other additional imports. Now, since we have an actual module here, we can just import this once, and then all of the components which we declare within our module will be able to utilize the common module as well. Now, as a rule of thumb, inside of your imports, you will usually have modules. Inside of your declarations, you will usually have the components which are residing within your module. Now, in addition to our declarations and imports, as I mentioned before, we also have exports in the case that we want to export the export specific components of our module to be accessible by other modules, for example. So just like here, we can declare other modules in our imports, we can also declare our About Us module in the imports of other modules. And then if we declare specific components in our exports array here, then they can be also usable by other modules. So beyond that, we also have a providers array. And here we can just declare our providers. So many components will rely on specific services, for example, which need to be included inside of our providers array. Now, if we go back to our product here, you will notice that here we have a providers array as well. And in here, we needed to add our confirmation service inside of our providers array for it to work. Now, our confirmation service came from PrimeNG, and if we did not declare it inside of our providers array, we would not be able to use it. Now, when working with modules, you can just do the same thing. So basically, you just declare all of your providers inside of your modules providers array, and then it would be usable by any component inside of that module. Now, beyond that, there are a few more things that you can declare within your ng module decorator, but they're outside of the scope of this video. So now let's go and actually generate our component. And in this case, we're going to say ng generate and then component. And this is going to be located in our modules slash about us slash, and then we're going to call the component about us as well. And now we want to add the following flag, which is standalone equals false. And that will essentially ensure that the component which is going to be generated will not be a standalone component. Now, let's go ahead and press enter. And this should generate our component like so. And as you can see right now, we don't have the standalone flag, which we have in our other components like this one. And we don't have any arrays like import. Basically what this does is it essentially tells Angular that this component should not exist alone. So in this case, this component is self-sufficient, while in this case, it should rely on something. And that something is basically our module. So in the declarations here, we can go ahead and just say about us component, and that will import our component into our module, and then our module can exist within the ecosphere of our component. So let's go ahead and save that as well. And now, before we continue, let's go ahead and let's go back into our about us routing. And in here, we're going to just say path like this, which is going to be essentially our default route. And then we can say component, and we can just go ahead and import the about us component, and we can save this as well. So basically that will enable the about us component to be our primary route. And then once this is done, we need to actually create a path for our about us module. So we can do that by going into our application routes here, and we're going to create a second path, which is going to be about us, like so. And then we're going to say load children, and then we're going to say import, and we're going to declare the path to our module, and then we're going to say then m.about us module. So this is how you would lazy load a module when accessing a specific route. So we're going to save that as well. And now we can go back in here and we can just say about us like so. And as you can see, about us works. This essentially means that our module was successfully loaded. For now, I also want to go ahead and quickly demonstrate how we can do in module routing. So in this case, as you can see, here is our default module. But if we were to generate a new component here, so let's just call it about us 2, and then let's go ahead and add our component here. So here, obviously, instead of lazy loading, which was auto-suggested, we're just going to say component like this, and we're going to say about us 2 component, and then we're just gonna leave this as is, so we can go ahead and save that. And now if we say slash about us 2 like so, as you can see, the routing works successfully. So basically, when you are adding routes within the module itself, they can be accessed as a sub route basically. So that's about it for now. So we can go ahead and we can save that, we can remove that, and we can delete our component itself. And as you can see, by the way, this added the component to our module declarations automatically. So just go ahead and get rid of that, and we can also delete the component in question. So yeah, let's just save this for now. And now let's go back here and let's say lorem ipsum generator. And once we go to the first website, we're gonna grab some auto-generated text, and let's leave it at 5 paragraphs, and let's say generate. So we're just gonna grab this text over here, we're gonna copy that, we're gonna go back into our website, and let's go ahead and let's create a few paragraphs here. So let's add a header. Let's just say about us, and we're just gonna add our text here. And let's just add a few paragraphs as well, like so. And then we can just segment this into separate paragraphs. So now we're pretty much done. So we can go back into our website and we can just say about us. And as you can see, everything works fine. Now we could also add a few line breaks. So we can just say br like so. So let's just copy that. So let's add 2 here and then 1 break between each paragraph. And let's save that. So that looks way nicer. And now what we want to do, we want to also add a menu underneath our logo. So let's just go ahead and let's find our header. So this is our header here. So now in here, we want to change our row into a column. And then underneath our logo, we want to go ahead and actually we want to add a, let's just say a simple row for now. And the row in question will contain 2 links. One is going to point to our home directory, which is just the default route. And the other one is going to point to our About Us module. Now, as you can probably tell here, we're using a property called router link. And basically, this property allows us to utilize the router to navigate to a different section of the website instead of using the default href property like you would usually do with an a tag. Now in here, I also want to say gap1. And also, as you can see, there is an additional property called router link active. And basically what this does is it checks whether the link in question is active, and if it is active, it applies this class to this element. So I'm gonna go into my header here, and inside of my wrapper, I'm just gonna say dot, and actually I'm just gonna say a to basically access the a tag, and I'll say dot active. So when the dot active class exists alongside with an a tag, I want to say font weight and then set the font weight to 900. So let's save all of that. Now from here, let's go into our header component, and since this is a standalone component, we need to import our router module component here as well, since we want to use the router link property. And then inside of our CSS component in here, let's actually make a few small changes. So by default, we want to set the text decoration to none, and we want to set the font weight to be at 300. And then when we apply the active class, we're just going to set the font weight to 900. So let's save all of that and let's go back. And as you can see, we have a slight issue. Both of these buttons are bold, meaning that the active class has been applied to both of our buttons. Now, this happens because the slash, which we are declaring here, also exists in here. So basically, it catches both of these routes when you access About Us. Now, if we access the home page, as you can see, this is not an issue. So if we go back here, what we can do is we can go ahead and say router link active options, and then we want to open a set of curly brackets and set exact to true here. And now let's save that and let's go back, and as you can see now it expects an exact URL, and now this works perfectly well. Now the last thing we want to do is to actually change the color here as well, and we will set that to black like so. And now if we save, as you can see, everything looks fine. So at this point, I think it's a good idea to recap what we've just done and how the structure of our project can be impacted by the use of modules. So first of all, initially we had a very simple structure where we did not have any modules, so we had our main.ts file and our application started from here. We bootstrapped our application component alongside with our application configuration, which took care of importing and providing specific functionality, for example, the ability to use routes. And then we had additional files like our application routes file, where we handled all of the routing. And then, of course, we had the application component as well. Now, this structure is very simple, and each component in the structure was a standalone component, meaning that anytime we wanted to use a specific components or modules inside of our standalone components, we needed to import them. So again, this structure is very simple, and the structure of our project reflected that. So we had a single components folder, we had a home folder, and we had a layout folder. Now, this structure again is very simple, but if you're using modules and if your project is especially large, it may be more convenient for you to separate your application into several modules, and then you would have instances of these directories inside every single one of your modules. So for instance, your components directory may have components tailored to specific modules, so then it would make sense to have dedicated components directories for every single one of your modules, and the same applies for other directories like services. So basically this means that there is no one concrete way to organize your project, and it is heavily dependent on the size and complexity of your project. For example, your services directory may be universal in case you have services which should be utilized by more than one modules, but then again you may have universal services, and then you can have dedicated services for every single one of your modules. Now at this point in time we have covered all of the basics, and we're nearing the end of this video, and one of the last things we want to do is to add a nutshell logo to our website. Now to generate or convert your icon into a favicon, you can go to any favicon generator website like favicon.io, and here you can either convert your image into a favicon or generate a new one. In both cases, you will be able to download your favicon by clicking on the download button, and this will basically bring up a zip file with a bunch of files, and you want to place these files inside of your assets directory. Once you do that, you also want to go down here, copy these links right here, and place them inside of your index.html file. So basically, I've done all of that, and in my case, I've created the fav folder for my favicon images. So basically, these are PNG images. Then I've also taken the favicon.ico file, and I replaced the default one, which is outside of your assets directory. So this is the only one which is allowed to be outside of your assets directory. And then I've placed my site.webmanifest inside my assets directory as well. And after that, I went into my index.html file and I pasted these 4 links. Now, when you do that, you need to ensure that the path to your file matches the path to your file inside of your assets directory. So basically, I've appended these prefixes to my paths. Now, beyond that, the only thing you need to do is to also ensure that inside of your site.webmanifest file, you're pointing to the correct subdirectory for these 2 files. So in this case, because my site.webmanifest is located inside of my assets folder, but these images are located inside of the fav folder, I need to add this prefix. And with all of that done, if you go back onto the website, and let's just go ahead and let's access the developer tools by clicking on inspect. And then if we go into our application, as you can see down here, our icon has successfully rendered, and we can see the icon up here as well. If this doesn't work for you, you may need to go back into your terminal. You may need to kill your local server and start a new instance. And once this is done, all of the changes should take effect, and now you should be able to see your icon. Before we move on, I took some time off camera to style the website to make sure that we don't waste any more time on styling in this video. So basically what I've done is that I've added a little bit of a gap between the products. I've also moved the add product button to the bottom right. I made sure that the edit product pop-up has a little bit more space to it. And then I've also changed the header and made sure that the text on the About Us page is centered. Now, if we go through the code itself, if we go into our home component HTML file, here I changed the gap of the product section to 2, and I added a class called addProductButton to our product button. So then in the CSS component, I created the corresponding style for our button, which makes it fixed at the bottom right position with a 20 pixels of offset. And then I added a shadow and set a Z index of 10. Now, if we move on to our edit product pop-up, here I just added a form wrapper to the container which contains all of our fields, and then I added a rating class to our rating. Now, if we move on to the CSS itself, this is how this looks like. We're using flags to balance everything correctly, and then we're adding a margin top to our rating. Now, lastly, if we move on to the About Us page, in here I added a wrapper which wraps the page, and then I set text align to center and then added some padding. And we also have the header, and for the header I just made sure that instead of a column it is a row. And then what I did is that I actually set the padding to 2. I made sure that the logo has a height of 2 rem. I removed the actual height from the wrapper, and then I set the margin right property of the logo to auto. And that's about it. So with that done, we can move back to our website, and now we have to tackle 2 issues. First of all, we have to find a way to add a $sign after every single price, and secondly, we need to make sure that the size of every single product name doesn't exceed a certain number of characters. Now, to do that, we have 2 approaches, a very straightforward approach and the correct approach. Now, let's begin with the straightforward approach by going into our product component, and for the price here, we can just simply add a $sign, which will just simply add a $sign at the end of every single price. And then for our product here, for our product name, we can just add a function called truncate name, like so, which we will need to declare inside of this component as well. So I'll just call it truncate name like this. And this would allow us to basically make sure that the name doesn't exceed a certain amount of characters. And let's actually set this to 16. And then if it does, we add a triple dot at the end. If it doesn't, we just return the name. So let's just save that. And as you can see, this works. This fixes the overflow. And both of our issues are seemingly fixed. However, this creates an issue. First of all, if this $sign is variable, meaning that if it's not always a $sign, and we need to determine the sign that we want to prepend, we would need to also pass this through a function instead of hard coding the sign. Now, the next issue is that with this approach, where we declare the function within the same component, the obvious problem is that if we have a different component which follows the same logic, we would need to copy and paste this function from component to component. Even if we move this function to a universal file, we would still need to import it into every component in order to use it. Now, a way to solve both of these issues and to make our code a little bit more dynamic is by using pipes. Now, pipes in Angular are very magical functions that allow us to do the following. So basically, instead of passing your variable through a function manually, you can declare a pipe like this. So we could say we could create a pipe called truncate name, like so, and then we could also create a pipe called price, like so. So now we have 2 pipes, and then using this character here, we're indicating that we want to pass this variable through this pipe, which is essentially a handler function. So let's go ahead and create these pipes to see how this looks like. So let's just say ng generate, and then let's say pipe, and we will create a folder called pipes, and let's call the first pipe truncate name, like so. And obviously we will just call the second one price. And now let's go ahead and generate the price pipe as well, like so. And now we can move on into the corresponding folder. And let's go into our pipe itself. And as you can see right now, it doesn't do anything. So here we have a transform function, and here is the value passed into the pipe. So this pipe, the purpose of this pipe is to prepend a $sign. So let's just say prepend a $sign, like so. Actually, we want to append a $sign. So instead of prepend, we would just say append a $sign, and then we can just do this, and that should pretty much work. So now let's save this, and now let's move into our second pipe. So now with this pipe again, we have our value, and in this case, we're going to just specify that it is in fact a string. And now in here, we want to add a few arguments. So let's add one called max length, and let's say that by default, this is a number, and by default it is 16. And then we also want to add an ellipsis, and by default it is a string, and we're gonna set that to a triple dot. So now in this case, what we want to do is we want to say that if value dot length is larger than the max length, then we return value dot slice from 0 to the max length, which is by default 16 characters, plus our ellipses. So that's pretty much it. Otherwise, we just return the value. And now we can save that, and we can go into our product here. We can go into our imports. Since this is a standalone component, we need to import our pipes. And let's import our price pipe and our truncate name pipe. And now let's save both of these. And now here we need to specify the max length. So I'm just going to say 16. And then we can just say column. And here we can just specify the ellipses, like so. So now, as you can see, we have a name which is a string and says it is not assignable to parameter of type string. So basically, if we click on the name right now, truncate name is our function. So we obviously don't want that. So let's just remove that. And in here, we want to actually pass product.name. And let's go ahead and save all of those. So everything is saved. And now if we move back onto our website, everything works perfectly. So pipes allow us to essentially pass our variables through functions within the HTML itself. And they make it incredibly easy to pass specific parameters, etc. So there are also default pipes. So for example, there is a built-in date pipe generally, but I do believe that in this case it needs to be imported. But generally there are a few built-in pipes which you can use with Angular, and they allow you to easily manipulate things like prices, dates, etc. So again, building a pipe is incredibly easy, and pipes can be incredibly useful. Now, the very last thing I want to mention in this tutorial are forms. So before that, we saw that we essentially made an edit product pop-up, and then actually let's go into the pop-up itself. So let's open up our edit product pop-up. Let's go into the component, and as you can see here, this is essentially an input, and we don't have any validators. We don't have any way to check that that the things we write in here are correct. Now, to solve this issue, we can use something called a form. Now, forms or form groups in Angular are an incredibly powerful way to organize your data, especially data that you want to send to the backend or data that you want to receive from the backend. So basically, whenever you want to submit data, primarily, you would normally use a form, and then you would use specific validators to ensure that your data is correct. So how do we make a form? So first of all, we want to add a constructor, like so. And then inside of our constructor, we want to declare a private form builder. And we're going to be importing form builder from Angular/forms. And then we want to build our product form. So this gives us the form itself from the get-go. So we have form, and we're gonna just call this a product form, in fact. And then this equals to form builder.group. So we're making a group of properties like so within an object. And then instead of just plainly copying those values, we're gonna open up a set of square brackets. And then inside of here, we can pass our value, and then we can say comma and open a new set of square brackets. So for now, I will just copy this and I will paste this for my image and price, like so. And we're gonna be doing the same with the rating. So here we're just gonna be saying 0. So basically, these are our values, and then this is an array of validators. Validators allow you to basically ensure that your data is correct. So in this case, we can just say validators, which is again imported from Angular/forms, and we can just say required. So basically, in this case, the name is required, and we're gonna actually remove the validators from the image, and then we're gonna just say we're gonna add the required validator for the price as well. And then we can also remove our validators for the rating. So we have a mix of properties here, and then we're just saying that the name is required and the price is required. Now you can place more than one validator here for the name and the price. And in fact, we could add our own validator. And the way to do that is pretty straightforward. Normally, you would have a separate files for your utility functions and validators, but for the sake of this video, let's make one right here. So let's go ahead and declare our validator, and let's say special character validator, like so. And then this will return a validator fn, like so. And then in here we want to say yeah, pretty much this. So the way this works is quite straightforward. So basically the response here is of type validator fn, which is just a type which is again imported from Angular forms. Now the control here is what is by default passed into the validator when it is applied. So in here I can just say this dot special character validator, like so, and then this control would be passed into the validator automatically. So we refer to this as a control in this case, and then I have a constant here which tests this string, this regex of different characters against my control.value, so basically against the value of my control. And then what I do is I say, if this test is successful, right, I return a variable called has special characters, which is true. Now, if I return this, this essentially means that the validation has found an issue. If I return null, this means that the validator hasn't found any issues. So if I were to save this as it is, we could essentially see how this works. Now, obviously, we're not using our form at the moment, but let's go ahead into our edit pop-up here, and let's make some changes to visualize how all of this works. Now, to use our form instead of the object that we're using here, first of all, what I want to do is I want to avoid changing the way that my input works here. So the way to do that is to create an ng on an init function, and then I want to pass the value of my product into my form, and I can do that by saying this dot product form dot patch value, and patch value basically edits the current value of the form. Now, because all of the fields of my form and this object match, I can just pass this object, but normally what you would do is this. So basically you would open up again a set of curly braces, and in here you would name these properties one by one, and then you would say product.name, product.image, etc. to place the corresponding variables inside of our properties. Now, again, you can do that with multiple values, or you can do that with a single value. Now, because our input and our form are basically identical, I can just directly pass our product object, which is our input, inside of our form directly. Now, this is pretty much okay now. And now we can move back here. And what I can do here is I can say form group, and then I need to provide the form itself. So actually, let's surround this by a set of square brackets to ensure that we can pass a variable inside. And then I can just say product form, like so. And now we need to actually make sure that we can use forms. So we're missing an import. So going back here, we need to say reactive forms module, and that should solve the issue. Again, we're using a standalone component, so we have to import everything inside of that component manually. And now that we have provided our form, now instead of using an ng model like we did before, we would need to directly provide every single field of our form. So again, we have these 4 fields here. So back here, we want to go ahead and provide these fields manually. So let's just say form control name without the square brackets. So just say form control name. So basically we're providing the names of the controls. And in this case, this is our name. And then we can also say form control name, and then we can say price. And here we can also add a control, and we will call it image. Now, with that done, if we actually, let's leave our rating as an ng model for now, and let's see what happens. So let's save these, and let's go onto our website, and let's click on edit, and nothing happens. And let's see why. Let's go into our console, and as you can see, we have a warning saying that we should use a form control name instead of using an ng model. Basically, when you're using ng models and form control names within a single form, so basically here is our form, so this div is basically our form. When we're doing that and when we're using an ng model inside of a form, this creates an issue, and Angular doesn't really like that. So there are 2 solutions. Either we turn our rating into a form control again, so we would follow this convention, which is the best solution if our PrimeNG rating components supports this field, which it does. And the other solution is to actually tell Angular explicitly that you want to ignore this ng model and that it shouldn't give you a warning. And to do that, all you need to do is say ng model options, and then you want to say standalone true. And then if you save that, as you can see, you no longer get any issues. So with that said, actually let's get rid of that and let's make this into a proper form control. So just say form control name, and we'll set that to rating, and now we will save, and now we can go back. So as you can see, this works, but not quite. Now, if we go back into our component, here you will notice that we only patch the form when the component is initialized. We do not patch the form when we actually update our input product. Now, if we go into our home component here, you will notice that we're initializing the component once, and then we're simply updating the product and the display value. Now, to solve this issue, we just need to change ng on init to ng on changes. And if we save that, now everything works perfectly well, and we're updating the form every single time we pass in new parameters into our component. So now this works perfectly well. And now actually let's see how good our validators are. So let's go into edit and let's remove the label from the name, and let's see what happens. So we'll go into inspect, and we will go into this input, and we will see that automatically it has two classes attached to it, which are not attached to any other inputs. So the first one is actually touched. This means that we have interacted with this field. And the second one is ng dash invalid, which means that this field is currently considered invalid. Now we need to add these classes as well. So let's go into our styles. So let's close this. And here inside of our theme overrides, we want to add a style called ng invalid. And we're gonna say border 1px solid red, and we will save that. And as you can see, this automatically makes our field invalid. So this is a little bit ugly, so we're going to be a little bit more specific. So we're just going to say input.ng invalid, and this makes it far better. So now if the field is invalid, it's going to be marked with a red color. And if I input something in here, the corresponding class is updated and the field becomes valid. Now, since I also have a validator here, in theory, this should turn red if I add a special character, but it doesn't. So let's investigate why. So let's go back and let's go back into our edit pop-up. And as you can see here, I did remove the parentheses, which we shouldn't really remove here. Not sure why I did that. So if we go back and if we reload the page, so let's just head and reload the page. If we click on edit and if we add a special character here, as you can see, the field becomes invalid. So that solved that issue, but now we can still confirm our selection even if the field is invalid, and we don't really want that. So to solve that, we can go into our edit pop-up again, and we can find our confirm button, and then we can open up a set of square brackets and say class.disabled equals not product form dot valid. So now we can actually go ahead and add a class called disabled. So let's just scroll down and let's just say disabled, and let's set pointer events to none, and let's set the opacity to 0.5 like so. And now we can go ahead and save. So we need to actually save this file as well. And now if I go into edit and I add a special character here, as you can see, I can no longer click confirm, which is exactly what I wanted. And now the last issue is that if we were to actually make a valid change and confirm, as you can see, nothing happens, because obviously we have turned this into a form. So we're updating the form, but we are not updating our output. So on confirm, this essentially emits the product, but in our case, we want to emit the product form dot value instead. So now we still have an issue here. As you can see, these values here may be null. So here we're expecting a product, but the product doesn't have many null values. So the only value which can be null is ID. And this is the only value that can be ignored, and the rest of these values must be present. So the way to solve this would be to basically pass in a custom object, and then we can just say name, and then we can either extract a name or we can just say empty, and we can do this for the rest of our properties. And as you can see, now we have an extra step where we ensure that the extracted values are not null. But this is just a little bit too ugly, so there is an even better way to do this. So the alternative solution would be to extract these properties. So we can just say name, image, price, and rating, and we extract that from form.value. And then in here, we can just say that name is name or an empty string. And then we just apply the same logic to every single one of our properties. And with that done, we can just save this object, we can go back, and we can apply pretty much any edit, we can save, and as you can see, everything works perfectly well. So with that, we're pretty much done. We've successfully built our own Angular web application from scratch. We've discussed front-end to back-end communication. We've looked at things like services, modules, components, and many other features. And we've pretty much covered everything there is to cover when it comes to Angular development, at least in the beginner stages. Now, obviously, there are still many more things that we could cover, but they're outside of the scope of this video, and I will be making separate videos discussing those features and topics. This was my first attempt ever at making a proper crash course, so hopefully you've learned something new. And with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.